Chapter 2994. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu didn't know either. Both of them pricked up their ears and listened carefully. This time, even the Crimson Dragon was quiet. Xia Juyo said, "I know you have a lot of questions. Ask me now. I'll try my best to tell you what I can. Even if you don't know what I can't tell you now, you can figure it out yourself in the future." Hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't wait to ask, "Where is the extraordinary warrior mansion? How long is the great emperor's road? What are the difficulties and mysteries? Also, if he doesn't only exist in the true spirit world, where does he exist?" Lin Xian was really confused, especially not only in the true spirit world. One should know how vast the true spirit world was. Eastern Barren, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. There were many mysterious areas and forbidden areas that humans couldn't set foot in. Is such a world not enough to include the Great Emperor's Road? Seems like you have a lot of doubts. All right, I'll answer these questions for you, Xia Juyo said with a smile. The Extraordinary Warrior Mansion was a very mysterious place. It wasn't a sacred ground, but it wasn't weaker than a sacred ground. It was even stronger and more mysterious. It could be said that it was the entrance to the Great Emperor's Road in the true spirit world. Or you can see it as a screening qualification. Only by successfully entering the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion would you be qualified to walk the Great Emperor's Road. One should know that the Great Emperor's Road wasn't something that just anyone could enter. Without a certain qualification, you wouldn't be able to enter even if you broke your head. You'll know this when you get to the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. The number of geniuses participating in the Great Emperor's Road is far more than you can imagine. Although the 10,000 ancient races and remote antiquity families had their own ways to enter the Great Emperor's Road, they would still send some people to join the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. After all, the more people who entered the Great Emperor's Road, the greater their hope. As long as one person could walk to the end and become a great emperor, then they would have made the right bet. The glory would last for tens of thousands of years. As for your second question, I'll explain it to you. The true spirit world, you see this world, but it's just one. And in the myriad worlds, the universe and the stars, there are many more like the true spirit world. So many that you can't even imagine. Of course, the true spirit world was very special, and there weren't many places in the entire universe that could compare to it. But in other worlds, living beings and races were as numerous as the stars in the sky. For example, some of the 10,000 ancient races came from other star worlds and were not natives of true spirit world. In the universe, there were many worlds. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He didn't know, because even if he was an invincible king, he wouldn't be able to escape from this world. Only saints could break free from the shackles of the world and enter the outer space. Xia Juyo waved his hand, and the void cracked open. Countless stars floated within the crack. Do you see the stars in the sky? Many of them are worlds just like ours. There were living beings and martial artists on it. Our true spirit world has a very special name. A very special name? What is it? Lin Xian was at a loss. Origin planet. Origin planet. Lin Xian murmured. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xin Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were also at a loss. There are countless living beings in the universe, and many of them came from our true spirit world. However, they left too early, perhaps in the primordial era, or even before the primordial era. They went to other stars and didn't come back. Instead, they reproduced there and built their own worlds. Our true spirit world, which is the origin planet, has too many secrets. So many that even I only know part of it. There are still a lot of mysteries and unknowns waiting for people to explore. Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect the true spirit world to have such a mysterious position in the entire universe. At the same time, what shocked him even more was that there were so many stars in the universe. Didn't that mean there were thousands of worlds? Just the true spirit world had so many monstrous geniuses. How many monstrous geniuses were there in the universe? And all of them were about to embark on the path to becoming a great emperor. Heavens! Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine. He felt his blood boiling. At the same time, he also knew how difficult it was to become a great emperor. Not only did he have to compete with the geniuses of the true spirit world, but he also had to contend with the geniuses of the universe. How difficult was that? As for those who had become great emperors, how terrifying were they? They were probably invincible in the universe. Since you know about the myriad heavens, the myriad worlds, the universe, and the stars, then I can tell you. The path to becoming a great emperor is an ancient path that traverses the universe and the universe. You start from our true spirit world and then experience one star after another. Every time was a trial, a competition. Only by reaching the end would one be able to ascend to the peak. So that's how it is. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu suddenly understood. They had never heard of such an ancient secret. Lin Xian also clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Now he finally understood what the path to becoming a great emperor was. Seeing Lin Xian's excited look, Xia Juyo spoke again. Although you're not a descendant of the monarch race and don't have a heaven-defying bloodline, you have the great dragon sword soul and the 9-yang divine body. If you master these two things, you won't be weaker than the descendants of the monarch race. You can even compete with those princes and princesses, but in the end, whether you can become a great emperor depends on your luck. I understand. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Indeed, it was too difficult to become a great emperor. The 9-yang sword saint was powerful, but he wasn't a great emperor. He was even killed by a demon in the end. And the possessor of the great dragon sword soul was already the 5th or 6th generation. But in history, it seemed that only the first generation of the great dragon sword soul had become a great emperor, and the other generations didn't become one. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to become a great emperor. Even those princes and princesses found it very difficult to become a great emperor. At this moment, Xia Juyo said, "Apart from our true spirit world, you may encounter many powerful enemies, so you must be careful." "Don't worry, old Xia. I know what I'm doing." Lin Xian nodded. Xia Juyo continued, "Apart from that, there's something I want to remind you of. Because once you step on the ancient path, we won't know when we'll meet again. So I'll give you a reminder." "What is it?" Lin Xian asked. He was extremely puzzled. What could have caused Xia Juyo to have such a grave expression? Chapter 2995. Could it be that there's something special in the ancient starry sky path? Even a super sage like Elder Xia had to be careful? In the universe, other than our origin star, there's another place that you have to be especially careful of. You can't be careless. What place? Could it be that there's another life forbidden zone in the universe? It's not a life forbidden zone, but another star called the Big Dipper. It exists in the vast universe. Of course, it has another name that resounds throughout the ancient starry sky path. It's called the Buried Emperor Star. Buried Emperor Star. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Dark red, Shenong shuddered. Murong Qingqing's eyelashes trembled. Why does this name sound so terrifying? Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Buried Emperor Star. Could it be that all the great emperors are buried there? Not all of them, but most of the extremely famous great emperors from all over the universe were hiding there. It can be said that the Big Dipper is an extremely terrifying existence. There are probably many descendants of great emperors on it. Of course, there are also great emperors, mausoleums, and endless mysteries. There are even many inheritances of great emperors. It can be said that it's a paradise for adventure and a hiding place for geniuses. When you reach there, you have to be careful." Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Origin star, buried emperor star, one is the starting point. The other is the end. It's really a very special world. Xia Juyo explained again, and Lin Xian noted it down one by one, because he knew that these were all precious experiences. After leaving, it would be difficult for others to tell him. After listening, Lin Xian asked, Elder Xia, what do I have to do to enter the extraordinary scholar residence? I estimate that in at most 1 or 2 months, the extraordinary scholar residence will reappear in the world. At that time, all the geniuses and talents who want to send the path to Great Emperor will participate in the extraordinary scholar residence's test. However, I don't think you need to. You're so famous, and you're a top genius of the human race. I think the extraordinary scholar residence will invite you directly. You just need to wait here patiently. Understood? Lin Xian nodded. Xia Juyo's body became fainter and fainter. There's one more thing I have to remind you of. You don't necessarily have to enter the extraordinary warrior manor and ascend the ancient starry sky path. This is because our true spirit world has become a special place after the path to the Emperor realm opens. At that time, those geniuses and monstrous geniuses who have stepped into the Emperor realm might come to our true spirit world. Therefore, a portion of the geniuses chose to stay here and wait. This was also a form of training. As for how you choose, it's up to you. After saying that, Xia Juyo's body became fainter and fainter. In the end, he disappeared into the void. There was actually such a thing. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked. What Xia Juyo had told him today was too shocking. It was far beyond his understanding. He came from a small island in the endless sea. At that time, he had felt that the heavenly Martial Island was the entire world. However, when he had come to the eastern wasteland, he had realized that the Martial Heaven world was just an island. Later, he learned about the eastern wasteland, the western desert, and the entire true spirit world. It was too vast, far surpassing the heavenly Martial continent. Here, in the true spirit world, there were countless sacred grounds, great sects, ancient families, and even the 10,000 ancient races. This made Lin Xian realize that there were countless geniuses and experts here. But now, Xia Juyo had told him that it was just a planet. There were countless planets and worlds in the universe. The entire universe was vast and mysterious. All of this challenged Lin Xian's understanding. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian prepared to slowly digest this information. He looked at Morong Qingqing and Shenjing Qiu. Qingqing, Qiu, what do you two plan to do? Do you want to walk the path to the Emperor realm with me? Big brother Lin Xian, this matter is too shocking. Qiu's mind is still a little blank. I have to think about it properly. Morong also said, Big brother Xian, I have to go back and discuss this matter with Master. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that this matter couldn't be forced. After all, stepping on the path to the Emperor realm was equivalent to disregarding life and death. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Therefore, he wouldn't force the two of them. After letting the Crimson Dragon send the two of them off, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to wait patiently. Apart from him, the other sacred grounds, ancient families, and 10,000 ancient races. Those old ancestors and sages also began to tell their young descendants about the path to the Emperor realm and the various worlds. After hearing this, the geniuses of the younger generation cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that there would be such a vast and mysterious world in the universe. All of this made them exclaim in surprise. The origin star, our true spirit world, is actually so important. Many saints exclaimed, What? The buried Emperor star. There's actually such a star. Many emperors were buried there. Doesn't that mean that there are countless inheritances of emperors there? After hearing this, many geniuses' breathing quickened. Even those experts who had been famous for a long time had their eyes red. The successor of an emperor realm. These 4 words were so heavy. They knew that until now, they only knew that Yan Nantian had obtained the inheritance of Emperor Realm Emperor. Of course, the other ancient families and 10,000 ancient races definitely had Emperor Realm inheritances. But even if they did, it wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. Even someone as strong as Yi Wudao had never heard that he had inherited Emperor Ye's inheritance. Therefore, One could imagine how difficult it was to obtain the inheritance of Emperor Realm Emperor. And in the universe, there was a buried Emperor star. There were many inheritances of emperors there. If they could enter that place, wouldn't it mean that they had a chance to become the successor of Emperor Realm Emperor? Thinking of this, these people couldn't wait. Haha, I've decided that my goal is the Sea of Stars. Many people were excited and prepared to step on the path to the universe. That's a must. I'm the man who wants to become the successor of Emperor Realm Emperor. Forget it. I'm the man who wants to become Emperor Realm Emperor. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Even someone as strong as Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Yan Nantian wouldn't dare to say such big words, right? Everyone was discussing it. It was very lively. Yi family. In front of an ancient palace, an old man with a sage-like demeanor stood there, emitting a mysterious aura. Opposite him were countless members of the Yi family. Among them, the strongest was the Yi family's patriarch. Beside him was Yi Wudao. At this moment, Yi Wudao's face was filled with shock because he had just learned about the matter of the myriad worlds. The young disciples behind him were even more excited. They didn't know what they had to do to step on the ancient path to the stars. This was what they were most concerned about. The Yi family's patriarch asked in a trembling voice, "Patriarch, do you want to open that thing?" Chapter 2996. At the front, the sage-like old man nodded his head slightly. "That's enough. Choose a few top disciples and enter. Let's see who's fated to obtain it." Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. The young disciples and geniuses of the Yi family began to discuss among themselves. What was that place? Seeing how serious the family head and the patriarch were, could it be? They quickly discussed and guessed. The sage-like old man at the front coughed softly. Immediately, the entire hall fell silent. There was no need to guess. The opening of the path to the great emperor, coupled with the golden age, would be much more difficult than before. Our Yi family is an emperor family, a clan of the ancients, and even has an emperor weapon. It could be said that our Yi family is the most powerful family in the world. Even the immemorial royal family wouldn't dare to make a move against us. However, this was just for now. In the future, once a true great emperor appears, both the clan of the ancients and the 10,000 immemorial races will have to submit to him. Therefore, our Yi family must have another great emperor. Speaking of this, the sage-like patriarch exuded a terrifying aura. Countless runes intertwined on his body. His eyes became sharp, like the starry sky of the universe. From now on, I'm going to open the Yi family's ancestral land. It contains the great emperor's inheritance, left behind by heavenly Emperor Yi. Who can obtain it will depend on your luck and fortune. What? Opening the ancestral land? The great emperor's inheritance. The Yi family's geniuses took a deep breath, their eyes burning with passion. Even Yi Wudao clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. Was the great emperor's inheritance finally about to be opened? He had to get it. Not only the Yi family, but the Gu family as well. At this moment, the Gu family was also in a state of excitement. Gu Santong's eyes flickered. He looked at the figure in front of him, his expression extremely solemn. In front of him was a slender figure. The figure was surrounded by a holy light, which was extremely hazy. It was impossible to see clearly. Apart from Gu Santong, the other geniuses of the Gu family looked at the figure with a trace of respect. This was because this was the Gu family's divine body. Its status in the Gu family was no less than Yi Wudao's in the Yi family. It could be said that this was the future of the Gu family. This time, this figure had also come out of seclusion. Moreover, he would also participate in the competition for the inheritance of the Void Emperor. With him around, it would be difficult for others to obtain it. The Grand Xia dynasty, Nine Li dynasty, Myriad Buddha temple, and other extreme holy grounds were all preparing to open the great emperor's inheritance. They let their disciples rely on their opportunities. The Jade Lake sacred ground was also an extreme Dao, sacred ground, and also had the inheritance left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. At this moment, Murong Qingqing and the 9 figures behind him were standing in the main hall. In front of them were the Queen Mother of the West and the 2 Saint Patriarchs. The 10 of you have been selected to enter the ancient, desolate tower. Whether or not you can obtain the inheritance will depend on you. Murong Qingqing took a deep breath. Half a day ago, she had already spread the news to Lin Xian and told him about her situation. Next, she would enter the ancient Desolation Tower. She did not know what was waiting for her inside the desolate tower, Yaoguang Holy Land. Although they possessed extreme weapons, they had never produced a great emperor. Their sacred ground was extremely peculiar and strange. At that moment, the Alcade Saint Lord looked at the Alcade Saint son before him and asked in a deep voice, "Disciple, do you want to enter the house of prodigy?" Replying to Master, "I do not wish to enter yet. Since the ancient starry sky path has opened, my quintessential world is also one of the stops. In that case, I will wait in the Alcade Saint Lord and meet the experts of the myriad worlds. Tao I holy ground, Tao I holy sun. All beginnings holy ground, all beginnings holy daughter, Lanrua Temple, Wuhua, and other saints and saintesses were preparing to enter the ancient starry sky path. While the humans were busy, the 10,000 ancient races were the same. Some ancient theocrats and powerful races were also making their own preparations. The nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Chilin Cave had sent a portion of their geniuses to enter the House of Prodigy. As for the others, they had their own methods to enter the ancient starry sky path. Among them, the Dragon Crown Prince, Phoenix Princess, and Chilin Crown Prince were the princes and princesses, respectively. Their identities were too special. The 3 of them were even stronger and more terrifying than Yi Wu Dao and the Gu clan's divine physique. That was because they were the descendants of great emperors and had the inheritances of great emperors in their hands. Their bloodlines were even more terrifying. It could be said that their physical bodies had reached the saint realm. It probably wouldn't be long before they comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and became true saints. They were definitely the favored children of heaven and earth. In the true spirit world, there was no one whose talent and bloodline were stronger than theirs. At this moment, the Dragon Crown Prince, Chilin Crown Prince, and Phoenix Princess didn't move. They were still cultivating. They decided to wait until they became true saints before making a move. At that time, they would sweep through the world. The entire true spirit world became busy and restless because of the opening of the House of Prodigy and the ancient starry sky path. Lin Xian was still patiently waiting. Finally, on the 21st day, someone came to the Immortal Palace. It was a child wearing a Taoist robe. His face was delicate and pretty, and he looked to be 8 or 9 years old. He rode an immortal crane and descended from the sky. Soon, he arrived outside the Immortal Palace. "Who is it?" the Immortal Palace's guardian asked in a deep voice. The child sat on the immortal crane and said indifferently, "Envoy from the House of Prodigy." "Someone from the House of Prodigy." The guardian was extremely shocked. He respectfully said, "Please wait. I will inform the palace master and elders." As he said that, he turned into a stream of light and rushed inside. Soon, Li Xuanxian, the head guardian, and the elders of the Immortal Palace personally came to welcome him. The array formation opened, and they respectfully invited the celestial child in. The child nodded slightly and rode the immortal crane into the Immortal Palace. On the other side, Lin Xian also received the news. At this moment, he led Peacock and the other young disciples and stood in the Star Palace waiting. "He's here." Behind them, Peacock and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. In front of him, an immortal crane descended, bringing with it a vast aura. Sitting on it was a young child. "You are Lin Xian?" The young child looked down and stared at Lin Xian. "That's right, it's me." The young child waved his small hand, and an invitation floated down from the sky and landed in Lin Xian's hands. After Lin Xian received it, he narrowed his eyes. The style of the invitation was very simple and strange, and it was neither gold nor stone. He didn't know what material it was made of. When he held it, he could feel a strange energy flowing within it. At the same time, he heard the child's voice above him. Since you have accepted the invitation, it means that you are willing to join the House of Prodigy. 7 days later, pour your energy into the invitation, and it will bring you to the House of Prodigy. After saying that, the young child rode the immortal crane and turned around to leave. House of Prodigy? Lin Xian held the invitation, and his eyes flickered. Around him, Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others were extremely envious. They wondered how many people could receive this invitation. Chapter 2997. Lin Xian was not the only one who received an invitation. In addition to Lin Xian, Yan Nantian also received an invitation. The House of Prodigy also sent invitations to Wu Qin and Yi Wu Dao. However, the two of them were existences of the extreme Dao Holy Lands, so the two of them did not accept the invitation. It seemed that only Lin Xian and the other 5 titled geniuses of the human race could make the House of Prodigy take the initiative to send an invitation. Other than that, the others had to be tested before they could enter. Those young geniuses who did not receive an invitation went on their way, because, according to the released news, the House of Prodigy was in the middle ground. Moreover, it was rumored that there were some requirements. It seemed that only geniuses with 40,000 Archean power and above could enter. Moreover, 40,000 Archean power was the lowest limit. When this news came out, it cut off the thoughts of countless people. After all, some saints could not reach 40,000 Archean power. In fact, they could not even reach 30,000. 40,000 Archean power was already a very terrifying existence. Only such a person could enter the House of Prodigy. After Lin Xian received the invitation, he began to prepare. He had already received Murong Qingqing's voice transmission and knew that Murong Qingqing had entered the desolate tower. Therefore, he would not go to the House of Prodigy with him. The other one was Shen Jingqiu. He transmitted his voice over. Shen Jingqiu was preparing to join the House of Prodigy. Lin Xian asked her to come directly. When the time came, he would bring her with him. The other one was the Crimson Dragon. Roussillon, do you plan to go with me? Of course. Ben Huang wanted to see what was so special about the ancient Starry Sky Path. The Crimson Dragon bared his teeth and said, "Don't worry, with Ben Huang's combat strength and bloodline, there was no problem for him to enter the House of Knights." Lin Xian nodded and waited patiently. The next day, Shen Jingqiu teleported over. After a few more days, which was 7 days later, Lin Xian injected his power into the invitation. Suddenly, the invitation blossomed with light, forming a spatial force that wrapped around Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the Crimson Dragon and Shen Jingqiu. The 3 of them were teleported away. Not long after, they emerged from the void. As soon as he landed, Lin Xian's power surged, and he instantly recovered. Shen Jingqiu and the Crimson Dragon also recovered. The 3 of them looked around curiously. This was a boundless mountain range. It was very vast, and below it was surrounded by clouds. This place is incredible. This spirit vein is very magical. Where is this place? Central State? There was actually such a place. The Crimson Dragon looked around in shock. At the same time, he cried out in alarm. How terrifying! There was actually a terrifying formation. Brat, looks like this should be the territory of the Prodigy Manor. That's not right. I've been to the Central State before, but I've never heard of such a place. Shen Jingqiu was puzzled. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He stared at the runes as he spoke. Most probably, this place had been enveloped by a supreme formation. That's why we didn't see it. Now that the supreme formation has been activated, the Prodigy Manor and this strange mountain range will naturally be discovered by us. The Prodigy Manor is really generous. I wonder how many formations they used to isolate. There are buildings and figures below. It should be there. Let's go. Lin Xian looked at the vast mountain range. There was a palace-like existence. He called out and brought Shinjingqiu and the Crimson Dragon to fly into the distance. In front of them, buildings appeared. They were located in the mountain range, like stars. At the front of the mountain gate, there were 3 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Prodigy Manor. These 3 big words were very profound. Shinjingqiu took a look and almost fainted. The Crimson Dragon trembled. Lin Xian's scalp also went numb. Who wrote it? It's too terrifying. Those who were weaker probably wouldn't even be able to see it. It was the work of a saint. It contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The Crimson Dragon curled its lips. Lin Xian and the other 2 landed in front of the mountain gate and looked into the distance. There were mountains and rivers around them. The scenery was spectacular. When Lin Xian came previously, he had already seen it with his heavenly secret divine eyes. These mountains and rivers were actually formations, using the natural landscape as a protective formation. This kind of work could be said to be heaven-defying and unheard of. The Crimson Dragon, next to him, was also amazed. Shen Jingqiu looked into the distance curiously. Inside the mountain gate, there were many figures swaying. In front of them, there were buildings. They were magnificent like ancient ruins. There was an ancient aura. It was not simple. Lin Xian was shocked. In front of these buildings, they actually felt small. The magnificence of the Prodigy Manor surpassed those of the sacred grounds. Indeed, even their immortal palace was not so magnificent. It was worthy of being the entrance to the path of the great emperor. It was indeed amazing. Who are you? Tell me your names. Do you have an invitation? At this moment, a few children walked over from the distance and asked quickly. These children were also 8 or 9 years old. They had delicate faces, wore Taoist robes, and had flying swords on their backs. They looked very similar to the child who came to deliver the invitation on a crane. This was the invitation. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the invitation. The Taoist child in front took a look and then smiled. It's you. It seems that you're finally here. Welcome to the Prodigy Manor. I'll bring you in now. The child waved his hand and led the way. Lin Xian and the other 2 followed behind, silently. As soon as they entered the mountain gate, countless white clouds appeared under the child's feet and turned into a cloud. It carried them into the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Xian and the other 2 looked down. On the mountain path below, many people were already climbing there. There were ancient creatures and some geniuses of the human race. There were no invitations below. If they wanted to enter the Prodigy Manor, they had to pass 3 tests. You have an invitation, so the treatment is naturally different. You can enter directly. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon muttered, but Ben Huang doesn't have an invitation, and neither do the little girl and I. Will we be beaten down later? Shen Jingqiu was also a little worried. Tong Ziji turned around and revealed a smile. No need, I know you guys. You're Lin Xian, known as the Central Emperor. You're Shen Jingqiu, an innate spirit body. You're a dragon with a very strong dragon bloodline. Although the 2 of you don't have an invitation with your bloodline, you can definitely enter the Prodigy Manor. I'll bring you to meet the elders. Not long after, the clouds under their feet landed and Lin Xian and the others arrived in front of a huge hall. A few figures walked out of the great desolation hall. They were all elders. Most of them were white-haired elders, but there were also some middle-aged men and women. They were surrounded by little Taoist children. Elder, we've brought them here. The little Taoist child bowed and said. Those people's gazes fell on Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Lin Xian greets seniors. Shin Jingqiu also bowed respectfully. The Crimson Dragon turned its eyes and looked around curiously. Lin Xian, not bad, not bad. The elders in front stared at Lin Xian nonstop. The successor of the great dragon sword spirit and the successor of the 9 yang divine body were indeed extraordinary. They could feel the powerful sword energy and terrifying physique that Lin Xian's body brought. This was definitely a good seedling. If they nurtured this kid well, he might be able to cultivate to the large success stage. Chapter 2998. Yes, the power of a greater mastery nine-yang divine body was terrifying. A greater mastery dragon successor was even more terrifying. As long as this kid could cultivate one, he would be able to laugh at the world. The elders in front of him were discussing with smiles on their faces. In the distance, another white cloud descended. On the mountain path in the distance, there were about 10 people walking over. The person on the white cloud was no stranger to Lin Xian. It was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian also saw Lin Xian. Buzz! Their gazes clashed in the air, creating countless sparks. The void couldn't withstand it and kept shattering. A wave of power swept in all directions. Everyone here was an expert. The elders weren't afraid at all. Even the children didn't have any reaction. There was even a child who waved his hand, and the grade 1 flying sword on his back flew out and cut the spatial rift. This scene shocked the people who had just arrived. These children were too terrifying. Yes, looking at them, they don't seem weaker than us. Damn it, don't talk nonsense. These people were geniuses who had passed the test with great difficulty. There were geniuses of the human race and also geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races. However, at this moment, they had a strange look in their eyes because these children were too terrifying. Even Lin Xian was taken aback. The kid's power of the Archean Age had almost reached 40,000. Beside him, the dark red dragon also sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the House of Prodigy, it was indeed a place full of monsters. In the end, a sage-like elder chuckled and waved his hand. The large crack in the void disappeared. Their gazes moved away from Lin Xian and looked at Yan Nantian. Their eyes lit up again. Yan Nantian, known as the South Emperor, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor and was very powerful. Although he didn't have any heaven-defying bloodline, the words inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor were enough to explain everything. Yes, his voice was a little immature. Now, let me introduce you to the House of Prodigy. Gasp! Everyone's expression was solemn. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. The little Taoist said in a deep voice, "There were 4 peaks in the House of Prodigy. They were ethereal, exquisite, strategy, and full moon." At the back, the figures were discussing. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The crimson dragon at the side muttered, "Don't tell me we have to choose." "Brother Lin Xian, which one should we choose?" Shan Jingqiu asked. Lin Xian didn't know either. Just by hearing these names, no one could tell what was different about this place. But at this moment, He Tu's Black Earth. He transmitted his voice. In the House of Extraordinary Warriors, the full moon peak was the most prosperous. The elders in front of him should be from the 4 peaks. "It seems like he wants to choose you this time." Lin Xian was stunned. Then he asked with a voice transmission, "Hey Tu, how do you know so much?" Hey Tu said, "Don't forget, my previous master was the 3rd generation successor of the Dragon Sword. At that time, with his strength, he naturally joined the Extraordinary Warrior Manor." At that time, which peak did he join? Lin Xian asked. Hey Tu said, "Full Moon Peak." "Full Moon Peak?" Lin Xian muttered. At this moment, an old man at the front chuckled and said, "I guess you guys don't know much about it. Let me say it. Out of the 4 peaks, Ethereal Peak is the strongest. Exquisite Peak, Strategy Peak, and Full Moon Peak." When he said this, a middle-aged man snorted coldly. He was very displeased. From the looks of it, he seemed to be from the Full Moon Peak. The surrounding people were discussing. Even the rankings were out. Of course, they would choose Ethereal Peak. Lin Xian was confused. He asked, "Hey Tu, didn't you say that Full Moon Peak is the strongest? Why is Ethereal Wind the strongest now?" Hey Tu floated in the air and was shocked. "That's not right. Full Moon Peak was the strongest back then. Could it be that something had changed over the years? So much so that the incomparably powerful Full Moon Peak had actually fallen to last place? It seemed that something had happened in between. The third generation of the dragon sword was tens of thousands of years ago. It was understandable that there was a change in the rankings. Lin Xian had already guessed a thing or two about this. He then asked, "So, which peak should I choose?" In his opinion, Ethereal Peak was the strongest. Naturally, he would choose Ethereal Peak. However, Heitu said, "Of course you should choose Full Moon Peak." "Are you sure you want me to enter the last peak?" Lin Xian was surprised. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed. The current full moon peak might have declined. "Kid, you don't understand. Back then, I came here with the previous master. Strategy, Hall, gave you guys a choice for a reason. Each of the 4 peaks has a steel that is used to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. After all, you guys are likely to enter the Sage Realm. With the help of the steels, you guys can improve quickly. Ethereal Sky Steel, Exquisite Sky Steel, Strategy 8 Desolation Steel, and Full Moon Wordless Steel. These 4 steels are very mysterious and contain the power of the laws of heaven and earth. However, the strangest and most mysterious one is the Full Moon Wordless Steel. Although its power is terrifying, it is very difficult to comprehend. I remember that back then only the previous master was able to comprehend it. Of course, he didn't completely comprehend it. He only comprehended a little, but this is already very impressive. If Master had completely comprehended it back then, he probably wouldn't have been killed. At this point, Heitu's mood was a little low. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you saying that the Full Moon Wordless Steel is very difficult to comprehend?" Perhaps this is the reason why Full Moon Peak has declined. His guess was close. The Full Moon Wordless Steel was too difficult. Even the 3rd generation of the dragon sword had only comprehended a little. Of course, if the 3rd generation of the dragon sword was given time, he might really be able to comprehend it. Unfortunately, the 3rd generation of the dragon sword had already fallen many tens of thousands of years ago. There must be a reason why the 3rd generation of the dragon sword chose the Full Moon Wordless Steel. I am the current generation of the dragon sword. It seems like there is a need to understand how mysterious this Full Moon Wordless Steel is. At this moment, the silver-robed elder smiled and said, "Lin Xian, right? I am an elder of the Misty Peak. My Misty Peak is the strongest peak in the Knight's Mansion. We have the misty heavenly steel that allows you to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. So, do you want to join my Misty Peak?" Elder Zhang was all smiles, as if victory was already in his grasp. At the same time, the elder also looked at Yan Nantian, successor of the great emperor. "Join me, and I can also help you grow the fastest." Hearing that the silver-robed elder had recruited 2 top geniuses, the other elders behind him were displeased. A green-robed lady walked out. "Don't listen to his nonsense. My Linglong Peak is also very powerful. We have the Linglong Heavenly Steel that contains the laws of heaven and earth." Another black-robed elder said in a deep voice, "The Divine Strategy Peak has the Divine Strategy 8 Desolation Steel. Yan Nantian, Lin Xian, you won't be disappointed if you too join my Divine Strategy Peak." Chapter 2999. Seeing this scene, the 10 figures behind were envious. Although they had also passed the test of the House of Prodigy, they did not receive such treatment. Yan Nantian's eyes flickered. It seemed like he was making a decision. On the other hand, Lin Xian was surprised. The elders of Ethereal, Exquisite, and Divine Tactics were all here. Why didn't anyone from Full Moon Peak say anything? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, "If I remember correctly, there should be another Full Moon Peak." "That's right. I'm an elder of Full Moon Peak." A middle-aged man dressed in white walked out. His face was calm, and he had no intention of fighting for it. he said in a deep voice. Full Moon Peak has the full moon wordless steel. But let me remind you that although the full moon wordless steel is mysterious, it is extremely difficult to comprehend. So if you want to join Full Moon Peak, think carefully. The white-robed elder was a straightforward person. He did not exaggerate, but pointed out the advantages and disadvantages of the full moon wordless steel. The advantage was that it was mysterious and powerful. Once one comprehended it successfully, they would be above everyone else. The disadvantage was that it was extremely difficult to comprehend. The silver-robed elder of Ethereal Peak said, Lin Xian, Yen Nantian, think carefully. No one has been able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel for tens of thousands of years. Full Moon Peak is ranked last now. Ethereal Peak is the strongest. If you join us, I guarantee that you will have strong protection and support on your path to becoming a great emperor. All right, I'll join Ethereal Peak. Yen Nantian nodded without much hesitation. Since Ethereal Peak was the strongest, what reason did he have to reject? Great. The silver-robed elder smiled. Yen Nantian, the successor of a great emperor, had joined Ethereal Peak. Ethereal Peak's strength would be even stronger. At the thought of this, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon and the successor of the 9 Suns. His potential was limitless. The people of Exquisite Peak and Divine Tactics Peak were anxious. Ethereal Peak had already taken one of the 2 top geniuses. They would not let him take the second one, right? They said, Silver-robed elder, Ethereal Peak is too greedy. That's right, Lin Xian is for us. The 2 of them fought with each other while the elder of the Full Moon Valley stood there without speaking. Lin Xian took a deep breath when he saw this. Elders, please stop fighting. Thank you for your kindness. However, I want to join the Full Moon Peak. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The 3 elders stood there in a daze, their expressions blank. The white-clothed elder of the Full Moon Peak was also stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. His opponent had actually chosen the Full Moon Peak. Yen Nanshan's eyelids also twitched in surprise. The 10 Sky Prides behind him were in a heated discussion. Was this kid's brain flooded with water? Wasn't it said that Full Moon Peak was the worst? That's right, Ethereal Peak had already extended an olive branch to him. He should enter. Could it be that he was afraid of Yen Nantian? The Crimson Dragon and Shun Jingqiu were also surprised. However, Shun Jingqiu said that they would listen to Brother Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon whispered, Kid, is there any reason? I'll explain it to you when we get back. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. In front, the elder of the Ethereal Peak came back to his senses and frowned. He said, Don't tell me you were attracted by the full moon wordless steel? It's just a legend. Even if you enter, you might not be able to comprehend it. It's a waste of time. You have to know that you're now walking the path of the great emperor. The green-robed woman of the Exquisite Peak also frowned. I know you're strong. You should have more than 50,000 Archean power. But don't be arrogant. Let me tell you something. There are many Sky Prides who have entered the path of the great emperor. In the myriad worlds, many have more than 50,000 Archean power. Your strength belongs to the lower middle of the entire ancient path of the starry sky. You're just talented. You can only reach the peak after our nurturing. If you waste your talent and time now, you'll only become a stepping stone for others. What? Hearing this, the dozen or so Sky Prides behind him were shocked. Lin Xian and Yen Nanshan's pupils also shrank. 50,000 Archean power was nothing on the ancient path of the starry sky. This was the first time they heard this news. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, the elder of the Ethereal Peak continued, Of course, you haven't completely entered the ancient path of the starry sky yet. When you step on other stars, you'll realize that there are too many monstrous geniuses there. Some even have 80,000 to 90,000 Archean power. 80,000 to 90,000? Yan Nantian gasped. The Crimson Dragon and Shen Jingqiu were also shocked. He's right. The elder of the Full Moon Peak also sighed. With your talent and the strength of the ethereal peak, it's not impossible for you to reach 80,000 to 90,000 Archean power in a few hundred years. This news shocked the Sky Prides. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect that there would be so many monstrous geniuses on the ancient path of the starry sky. He knew that under normal circumstances, the strongest combat power below the Sage Realm was only 100,000. His current strength of 50,000 was already very high, but he didn't expect that there would be 80,000 to 90,000 Archean geniuses. How terrifying would that be? Someone like Yi Wu Dao could kill him and Yan Nantian in an instant with just a look. Moreover, the other party wasn't even a sage. Thinking about it, it was simply unimaginable. However, after He Tu's reminder, he still said in a deep voice, "I've thought it through. I want to join the Full Moon Peak." The atmosphere became extremely strange in an instant. The elders at the front were all stunned. They didn't expect that someone would want to join the Full Moon Peak. Why? Was it because of the full moon wordless steel? But everyone in the Prodigy Manor knew that tens of thousands of years ago, other than a single person who had comprehended a little, no one else had comprehended it. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, could he comprehend it? They didn't think so. The elder of the exquisite peak shook his head. The elder of the ethereal peak also had a gloomy expression. Lin Xian was a good seedling. He didn't want to waste it. At this moment, a woman in a blue dress walked out from the side of the silver-robed elder. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were cold. Aren't you a little too full of yourself? Do you really think that you have the right to be arrogant just because those people outside conferred you the title of Middle Emperor? In our Prodigy Manor, you're just an ordinary person. The descendant of the great dragon is powerful. The descendant of the 9 sons is powerful. Even if you cultivate to greater success, you're just a sage. Didn't you see that the descendant of the great emperor beside you has chosen our ethereal peak? What reason do you have to refuse? Obviously, Lin Xian's refusal made the woman in blue very angry. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. He didn't seem to have offended her. Was it just because he refused? But wasn't this choice voluntary? Chapter 3000. Believe it or not, many people will surpass you if you continue to mess around like this. As for you, you might not even be able to enter the great emperor realm. The lady in blue snorted coldly again. Lin Xian wasn't angry after hearing that. He said indifferently, "I rejected ethereal peak, not because they are weak. There are other reasons." Looking at the elders in front, Lin Xian sighed. "To be honest, I am really interested in the plenilune wordless steel. If I can't comprehend it and cultivate, it will be the most regretful thing in my life. Therefore, I hope you can fulfill my wish." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The elders in front were shocked. The Sky Prides behind were dumbfounded. He's really here for the plenilune wordless steel. The lady in blue was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so direct and state his intentions. But soon she sneered. "Humph, kid, you're really overestimating yourself. The plenilune wordless steel is good, but do you really think you can comprehend it? You're too arrogant." Lin Xian shrugged. "How would I know if I don't try? If I don't even dare to try, then what's the point of talking about the great emperor realm? I might as well go home." "You." The lady in blue was so angry that her face turned pale because of Lin Xian's attitude. She wanted to say something, but at this time the elder in silver waved his hand and said, "All right, Qinggu, come back." "Since he has already made his decision, let's not force him." There was a trace of coldness and dissatisfaction in his voice. It was obvious that the elders at the front were very displeased with Lin Xian's decision. Elder Zhang of the Plenilune Peak was also very surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to join them. Moreover, his attitude was so firm. To be honest, the Plenilune Peak was no longer as high-spirited as before. All these years, they had been at the bottom of the four peaks. The reason was that no one could comprehend the Plenilune wordless steel. Would this kid be able to comprehend it? Hearing Lin Xian's confident words, the white-clothed elder's eyes flickered. The other party was also a descendant of the great dragon. This reminded him of a person from many tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, that person was similarly high-spirited. As a supreme genius, he came to the outstanding scholar mansion and joined the Full Moon Peak. Moreover, that person was indeed extraordinary. He had actually comprehended a trace of the moongazer, wordless steel. It was just that later on, the heavens were jealous of the heroic, and such a stunning genius actually fell. This had always been Full Moon Peak's regret. From then on, no one was able to comprehend the mountain-gazing, wordless steel. This time, it was another descendant of the great dragon. He wondered what kind of storm the other party would stir up. The white-robed elder's heart was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian. "Don't worry if you join my moon-gazing peak. Moon-gazing peak will definitely nurture you with all its might. But whether or not you can comprehend the moongazer wordless steel will depend on your luck." "I know." Lin Xian nodded. Since Yan Nantian and Lin Xian had made their choice, the other elders' gazes fell on the other people, the 10 geniuses behind them, and the 2 people beside Lin Xian. Of course, the first thing these elders noticed was Shen Jingqiu and the Crimson Dragon beside Lin Xian. One was an innate spirit body, while the other had the dragon bloodline. The 2 of them were definitely extremely powerful. However, the other party had a close relationship with Lin Xian, so these elders were still unsure of their choice. "Wherever big brother Lin Xian goes, I will go." Shin Jingqiu grabbed Lin Xian's hand. The Crimson Dragon beside her also said, "Of course, I will go with you." This sentence made the elders of the other peaks change their expressions. The Full Moon Peak elder's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, when he came, he did not expect to be able to accept so many geniuses. At this time, the girl from Linglong Valley walked up. "Shin Jingqiu, I will call you Qiu'er. It's a waste for you to join Full Moon Peak. You are different from Lin Xian. He wants to comprehend the blank mountain steel, but you are different. You have an innate spirit body, which is an extremely powerful physique. In the ancient times, it was also very famous. Come to Linglong Peak. This is the most suitable place for you." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned slightly. At this time, the elder in white also said, "He is right. You are not suitable for Full Moon Peak. Big brother Lin Xian, Qiu, or does not want to be separated from you." Shin Jingqiu blinked her big eyes, looking pitiful. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed her hair. "Silly girl, what are you talking about? We are both in the House of Prodigies. How can we be separated? It's just that we are cultivating in different peaks. The House of Prodigies is only so big. Can't you see me if you want to?" Lin Xian smiled. "All right then." Shin Jingqiu nodded. She knew that she had to work hard to keep up with Lin Xian's footsteps. She did not want to be a flower vase, nor did she want to be a burden to Lin Xian. In the next moment, she looked at the green-robed lady and nodded. "All right, elder, I will join Linglong Peak." The green-robed lady smiled and stretched out her hand. "Come, Qiu'er. Linglong Peak will not disappoint you." Seeing this, the people of Divine Will Peak were envious. They looked at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws. "Don't have any ideas about Ben Huang. Ben Huang will follow this kid. Ruzalong, are you sure you don't want to go to other peaks? The full moon steel might not be suitable for you." Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. The Crimson Dragon replied, "Don't worry, kid. I don't need to comprehend the sky steel. I have the inheritance of the dragon race. I only need to comprehend the inheritance of the dragon race. All right then. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that the Crimson Dragon's situation was a little special. Therefore, he did not care. This old monster would not mistreat him. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian had finished distributing the spoils. Therefore, the elders looked at the 10 sky prides behind them. In the end, half of the 10 sky prides were taken in by the Ethereal Peak. The other half were taken by Linglong Peak and Divine Will Peak. Only Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon joined the Full Moon Peak. The sky prides, who had joined the 4 peaks, were led by the little boy. As for the elders, they were still standing there waiting. After all, there were still other sky prides coming. Before they left, the blue-robed lady beside the silver-robed elder looked at Lin Xian and snorted. "Kid, I want to see what kind of talent you have. You want to comprehend the full moon steel. Don't get beaten up by the sky prides of our ethereal peak during the competition. It won't look good on you, the Central Emperor." It was obvious that the girl was still angry. Lin Xian shrugged. "Don't worry, I won't give you a chance. At least, you won't have the chance." Then he looked at Xinjingqiu and said goodbye to Qiu-Er. Then he and the Crimson Dragon followed the little boy to the full moon peak. The blue-robed lady was furious. "Damn it! How dare you look down on me? I'm so angry!" Chapter 3001. After leaving the Antiquity Palace, white clouds appeared under the feet of Lin Xian and the rest. The little boy in front of them was floating in the sky with the 2 of them. However, the little boy would turn back from time to time and secretly look at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable. The Crimson Dragon at the side was also puzzled. "Little kid, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong with this kid's face?" The little boy sighed. "Don't you know that girl in blue? Is she famous? Why should I know her?" Lin Xian was puzzled. The Crimson Dragon at the side said, "Could that guy be an old monster that wants to attack us?" But that was impossible. Although the little girl's aura was strong and shocking, she was at most at the level of Feng Yingxue. "People of this level can't beat us," the Crimson Dragon said proudly. The little boy glanced at the 2 of them and said indifferently, "She can't beat you guys, but she has an elder brother who is an extremely strong monster in Ethereal Peak. Her elder brother is very strong and has been to other stellar worlds. It is said that he has reached 70,000 archaic power. It is not difficult to beat up a genius with 50,000 archaic power. It can't be, right? Someone has gone to other stellar worlds in advance." The Crimson Dragon was shocked after hearing that. Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching. Who is her elder brother? He is so powerful. He did not expect to hear such a powerful genius as soon as he entered the House of Prodigy. 70,000 archaic power is something he can't even reach now. It is far beyond him. The Crimson Dragon was also puzzled. "Are you talking about an old monster that has lived for thousands of years? Is there someone so powerful in the younger generation?" "Of course there is. There are many monsters who hide or are active in other stellar worlds." "Oh, right. You guys might have heard of Qingwu's elder brother, because he is very famous outside." "Very famous? 70,000 archaic power in the younger generation? Stop messing around. Even Huomuzhen and the others only had 50,000 arcane power, and they were already famous throughout the world. And from the looks of it, the other party should be a human. Did a human have 70,000 arcane power?" Lin Xian, Yan Nantian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Qin had all failed. Although Lin Xian's primordial energy had exceeded 50,000, it hadn't even reached 60,000. It was only around 55,000. Not to mention 70,000 arcane powers. Who was this person? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. As for him, everyone called him the Northern Demon. That's right, he has the myriad demon body. What? Northern Yao. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked. He was no stranger to this title, because this was a monster who was equally as famous as him. However, He had never met the other party. East Sage, West Buddha, South Emperor, North Demon, and Central Emperor were the names of these elite prodigies. Lin Xian had seen the others before, but Lin Xian had never seen the Northern Demon before. Not only him, but almost no one had seen him before. The other party had always been very mysterious, never appearing in front of others, but he didn't expect to hear news about him now. Moreover, the other party was too terrifying. 70,000 Archean powers, and he had been to other planets. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The Crimson Dragon was extremely shocked. He wasn't shocked by the Northern Demon's name, but by his physique. Myriad Demon Body. Heavens, he actually had the Myriad Demon Body. The Crimson Dragon almost jumped up. This legendary physique had also appeared? What was the Myriad Demon Body? Lin Xian was puzzled. Kid, your 9-yang physique and Yi Wudao's Saint physique are both famous for their powerful physiques. In ancient times, the reputation of the Myriad Demon Body was not inferior to yours. This was definitely a heaven-defying physique. The 9-yang divine body, the Myriad Demon Body, and the Saint physique had all appeared. It was indeed a golden age. How terrifying were the princes and princesses of the ancient royal family. Would those princes and princesses be more powerful than the North Demon? Lin Xian frowned and asked. He had never seen those princes and princesses. The Crimson Dragon had never seen one either, but since he said so, it was definitely true, according to some rumors, as well as the information in my inheritance. When the princes and princesses come down, their bodies will become saints. Don't you think that's terrifying? What? Their bodies will become saints at birth? Lin Xian's eyes widened. Sanctification of the physical body was such a terrifying existence. One had to know that his 9-yang divine body was already heaven-defying. Ordinary, invincible kings couldn't hurt him. However, he was still very far away from becoming a saint. He didn't dare to imagine a physical sanctification. Perhaps only a saint's attack would be able to break such a physique. These princes and princesses were truly monstrous. It seems that the path I have to walk is still very long. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He decided to experience the legendary full moon wordless steel. It would be best if he could comprehend some of the laws of heaven and earth from it. He felt the pressure, and it was a huge pressure. The little boy in front also said, "So, don't provoke that Qingwu." In the house of the prodigy, she was basically a little princess-like existence. She could do whatever she wanted. This shocking news gave Lin Xian pressure and motivation. Their group set off again, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Not long after, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were surprised again. The mountain range in front of them was continuous. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a crescent moon. It was extremely strange and mysterious. Below is the territory of our full moon peak. The mountain in the center is the full moon peak, and the area encompassed by the crescent-shaped mountains is called the full moon valley. What a terrifying spiritual energy! The Crimson Dragon and other large dragon eyes were extremely amazed. What was below was a peerless array formation. This formation condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon for warriors to use. And that's Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He saw that there was a terrifying energy surging in the full moon valley below. Was that a lake? He was extremely surprised. The little boy raised his chin and said proudly, "That's right, that's our full moon lake." The water in the full moon lake was not simple. It was a liquid condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Its power and effect were comparable to supreme-grade dragon qi. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon gasped. In fact, they were already shocked enough without the little boy's introduction, because the two of them could clearly sense how terrifying the energy emitted from the full moon lake below was. If they could enter the lake and cultivate for a while. Their eyes were red. Seeing the scene, the little boy hurriedly advised, Don't act recklessly. There is a peerless killing formation below. Without the permission of the Peak Master, you can't enter at all. Not to mention you. Even a half-step saint would be killed if he went down. Damn it, he was really petty. The Crimson Dragon muttered a few words, but his dragon eyes kept rolling. It seemed that he wanted to settle down first, and then secretly think of a way to see if he could break the formation below. Chapter 3002. After the warning, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon followed the little boy and continued to fly. At the same time, the little boy explained that the House of Prodigy had existed since ancient times. It had been tens of thousands of years and had nurtured countless geniuses. You are not the first batch to come. Before this, many geniuses had already entered. Although the Full Moon Peak is temporarily ranked fourth, it is still an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Xian did not doubt this at all. After all, the saints and saintesses of the sacred grounds outside did not even have the qualifications to enter the House of Prodigy. Moreover, the true spirit world was too big and too mysterious. Even those saints had not explored the secrets of the world, let alone them. In such a vast world, there must be some geniuses who had entered the House of Prodigy in advance. Lin Xian was not surprised by this. What he needed to do was to cultivate hard and surpass all the geniuses. Well, we are here. I will take you down to rest first. At that time, the Great Elder will make arrangements for you. The little boy formed a seal with his palm, and white clouds floated down. Soon, Lin Xian and the others landed in the mountains below. Around evening, the white-robed elder from before walked over once more. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon stood up. Lin Xian said, "Greetings, elder." He had already learned from the little boy that the white-clothed elder in front of him was not simple. He was the great elder of the Full Moon Peak. The white-clothed great elder nodded. "To be honest, I did not expect you to join the Full Moon Peak. Don't worry, although the Full Moon Peak is not the first peak. Our resources and foundation are not inferior to the Misty Peak at all. However, if you want to obtain the resources of the Full Moon Peak, you can only rely on yourself. Here, all the resources have to be obtained with your own strength. The Full Moon Peak was like this, and so were the other peaks. This was the rule of the House of Prodigy." "I understand." Lin Xian nodded. He was not unfamiliar with this point, because not only the House of Prodigy, but also the sacred grounds and sects outside, and even his immortal palace were the same. The stronger and more talented you were, the more you would be valued, and the more resources they would obtain, the more resources they would obtain. The Peak Lord was also very surprised when he learned of your arrival. Furthermore, the Peak Lord instructed that you have successfully stopped the darkness calamity, which is a meritorious service to the human race. Therefore, the Peak Master decided to give you a super big gift. A super big gift? What kind of super gift was that? Lin Xian was puzzled. The Crimson Dragon's heart was beating wildly. "Old man, are you telling us to enter the Full Moon Lake?" "That's right, it was the Full Moon Lake. Before coming here, you should have a certain understanding of the Full Moon Lake," the first elder said with a smile. Then he looked at the Crimson Dragon. "Not you, but him." The first elder pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was excited. The Crimson Dragon pouted. "Che, stingy, can't you give Ben Huang one more slot? Could he really enter the Full Moon Lake?" Lin Xian was overjoyed. Before coming here, he was already greatly moved by the Full Moon Lake. Moreover, he heard from the little boy that it wasn't easy to enter the Full Moon Lake. Ordinary geniuses couldn't enter at all. Even for those powerful freaks, only a few of them were able to enter. It was very difficult to enter the Full Moon Lake to cultivate. It was a great benefit. He didn't expect to receive such great treatment as soon as he came to the Full Moon Peak. Looking at the excited Lin Xian, the first elder said, "Don't be too happy. Let me remind you, there were already many geniuses who wanted to enter the Full Moon Lake, but they didn't have a chance. Now that you've just arrived, you've got a chance. Therefore, be careful. Old man, From what you're saying, is he going to snatch it? Don't you care about this place? The crimson dragon pouted. The first elder laughed. We won't care. Competition is the best training. Of course, it's better not to kill in the House of Prodigy. This was just the beginning. In the future, when they entered other stars, such battles would become more and more frequent. At that time, there would be no restrictions on killing. Therefore, if they couldn't even withstand the competition in the House of Prodigy, then they wouldn't have to go to other stars. Elder, don't worry. I understand. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He wanted to see who dared to snatch his things. Next, the first elder in white left. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon didn't leave and stayed here. The place where they lived was a manor with mountains and rivers, as well as pavilions and palaces. Under their feet, there was a spirit gathering array that gathered the surrounding spirit chi for them to cultivate. The scenery was beautiful and the array was powerful. It was even better than the Starry Hall. No wonder all these monstrous geniuses wanted to squeeze their way in. Of course, Lin Xian knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg of the House of Prodigy. Kid, I found that these arrays are connected to the Full Moon Lake. It can be said that this is a branch of the Full Moon Lake. I took a look. Our location is far from the Full Moon Lake. There are many such manors in front. Presumably, there are also geniuses living there. However, they're much closer than us. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. It's nothing. It's normal. The boy from before also said that we're not the first batch to come in. Before us, many geniuses have already come in. Some of them have even entered other stars. They can naturally have such a good place. But don't worry. When I'm here, they'll all have to wait. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with confidence. Of course. When the time comes, we'll settle down next to the Full Moon Lake and make those guys jealous. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws. He had this plan for a long time. In fact, it wasn't just the Full Moon Peak. The other 3 peaks all had such lakes. They were all formed by using supreme arrays to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Ethereal Peak. The tall mountains were hidden in the clouds, looking strangely ethereal and illusory. With Ethereal Peak as the center, there was also a huge valley called Ethereal Valley. In Ethereal Valley, there was also a lake called Ethereal Lake. Around Ethereal Lake, clouds rolled and it was unusually dreamy. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be amazed. That was because the energy of Ethereal Lake was even more surging than the Full Moon Lake. Around Ethereal Lake, there were many mountain ranges of varying heights. On those mountain peaks, there were figures flashing. It was obvious that there were geniuses cultivating in there. Apart from the difference in height, the distance between those mountain peaks and Ethereal Lake was also different. This point was really similar to the Full Moon Lake. The distance was based on one strength. The figures in the mountains had strong auras, and their breaths shook heaven and earth. There were even some mountain peaks with torrential bloodlight. Those were heaven and earth phenomenons formed by the condensation of blood chi. From afar, there were at least 5 heaven and earth phenomenons that emitted terrifying energy. Chapter 3003. In the midst of the rare phenomenon, a blue figure swept past like a meteor and transformed into a woman in a blue robe. The girl in blue stepped on a 5-colored cloud and flew at a high speed like a fairy. Her target was the ethereal pot in front of her. If anyone else had barged into the ethereal lake, the geniuses in the surrounding mountains would definitely have attacked them and sent them flying. However, the moment the girl appeared, the geniuses did not attack. Instead, they were all excited. Many people were so excited that the sky and earth started to tremble. Many geniuses had a strange look in their eyes, and some even sounded excited. The number 1 beauty was here. But no one dared to act rashly despite their excitement. Their gazes were fixed on the blue figure. The blue figure pierced through the clouds and flew towards the misty lake at high speed. At the front of the ethereal lake, there was a figure sitting with his legs crossed. The blue girl in the sky landed behind the figure and opened her mouth. "Brother." The figure in front of her opened his eyes. It was a handsome young man. He was wearing a purple robe and his black hair hung behind his back. Stars flickered in his eyes. At this moment, he stood up when he heard the shout. As he moved, a terrifying aura rose from under his feet and spread in all directions. The surroundings were filled with mysterious clouds and mist, and even the air was rippling. That young man in purple was the North Beast, an extremely powerful genius. I heard that those guys are here? The North Beast asked calmly. 2 titled battle pet warriors were here, Yan Nantian and that Lin Xian. At this point, the girl in blue snorted coldly. Yan Nantian was easy to deal with. He looked so arrogant that nothing could be seen. But that Lin Xian was really detestable. Our chief elder wanted him to join the ethereal peak. That was giving him face. But that guy did not know what was good for him and insisted on joining the full moon peak. He even said that he wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Do you think he can comprehend it? What a joke. Did he go to the full moon peak? The North Beast narrowed his eyes. What a surprising guy. But he might be able to create a miracle. Brother. Qing Wu shouted in dissatisfaction. Do you think he can comprehend it? I don't believe it. According to the records of the House of Prodigy, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a person who managed to comprehend a sliver of it. If he was given enough time, he should be able to comprehend it completely. I've heard of this rumor before. Isn't he the descendant of the great dragon of that generation? I heard that he died unexpectedly in the end. This was the biggest regret of the full moon peak. However, even though this brat is also the successor of the dragon sword, I don't think that he can comprehend it. If we don't believe you, just wait and see. Qing Wu coldly snorted. That's right, that fellow actually dared to look down on me. Brother, help me take action and teach that fellow a lesson. Let him know that Central Emperor was nothing in the House of Prodigy. The North Demon looked at Qing Wu with a smile on his face. You little girl, he said calmly. I'm quite interested in this Lin Xian, so I don't want to touch him for the time being. I'll let him grow a bit first. I'll go and meet that successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian. Don't cause any more trouble. Just stay here and cultivate. As soon as he finished speaking, the northern demon's body flickered and disappeared into the void. Looking at the disappearing figure of the northern demon, Qing Wu was dissatisfied. Seriously, he didn't even help me. She rolled her beautiful eyes, then raised a sly smile. Brother, if you don't help me, then don't blame me for using some tricks. She was the #1 beauty of the House of Prodigy and the younger sister of the North Demon. What could she do? She reckoned that if she said a word, there would be countless geniuses who wouldn't help her. Even if she didn't say anything, there would be people who would do it. As more and more new geniuses joined, the House of Prodigy became lively. There were some restless movements in the 4 peaks. After all, the people who came this time were all incredible figures. This was a golden age. The successors of the great dragon, the great emperor, and some of the 10,000 ancient races' bloodlines had all come. Therefore, it naturally attracted the attention of those powerful geniuses in the House of Prodigy. After all, these people's talents weren't bad. They could even be said to be heaven-defying. In addition to the resources of the House of Prodigy, it wouldn't be long before they soared to the sky. The full moon peak was also incomparably lively. Those geniuses were discussing because a successor of the great dragon had come. Moreover, it was the successor of the 9 suns, the great dragon sword, the 9 yang divine body. These geniuses had heard of these before. They didn't expect that someone would gather these 2 great inheritances in one body. What was even more shocking was that they learned that this kid had actually obtained a chance to enter the full moon lake. This made their eyes turn red. Damn it, how could it be like this? Many people were angry. Soon, news came that this kid had once stopped the dark turmoil and had contributed to the human race. Therefore, the Peak Master had specially rewarded him. Stopped the dark turmoil? That's because I didn't go out. If I want to go out, I can also stop it. That's right, using the corpse of a great success divine body to stop it. What kind of ability is that? These geniuses were very unconvinced. Around the full moon lake, there were countless courtyards and manors. They were like stars that were scattered everywhere. In the area closer to the full moon lake, an angry roar came from a manor. Immediately, the void around him rolled, forming a terrifying phenomenon that was about to tear the entire world apart. Inside the manor, a man in black stood there. His black hair danced wildly, like a demon king, murderous. Around him, there were 7 or 8 figures. Brother Situ, please calm down. This is the Peak Master's decision, and we cannot change it. Yes, it could only be said that this kid was extremely lucky. As soon as he entered the full moon peak, he was able to obtain such a great gift. Some people had faces full of envy. Of course, there were also people that coldly snorted. Who was this kid to think he was worthy of entering the full moon lake? That's right, the one who had the qualifications to enter the full moon lake was, of course, our brother Situ. Brother Situ, don't worry. I will help you teach that kid a lesson and make him obediently hand over the spot. There was no need. Situ Xiaotian turned his head. His icy cold eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. The void around him rapidly shattered. At this moment, he was like a demon king. Incomparably mysterious runes emitted from his body. As the surrounding 7 or 8 figures saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that this Situ Xiaotian was truly angry. Some people shook their heads. Some people sneered inwardly. Hee, let's see how this new kid dies. Situ Xiaotian's voice was icy cold. I will let this kid know that not just anyone can enter the full moon lake. As he spoke, he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Behind him, 7 or 8 monstrous geniuses followed. They knew that there was a good show to watch. They feared that Situ Xiaotian would make a move. This Situ Xiaotian wasn't simple. His strength was formidable, and he was extremely famous on Full Moon Peak. If he were to make a move, then that kid called Lin Xian would be in for some bad luck. So what if the other party was the descendant of the great dragon and the descendant of the 9 sons? Although his potential was great, his current strength wasn't enough. He would still be trampled beneath the feet of others. Chapter 3004. Seeing the group of people flying into the distance, the geniuses in the surrounding manors also raised their heads. Many people revealed a trace of surprise. It was actually Situ Xiaotian. Judging from the murderous look on his body, he should be preparing to make a move. These people naturally knew what had happened recently. Situ Xiaotian had always been wild and wanted to enter the full moon lake. But now the qualification was given to a newcomer who had just arrived. How could they be convinced? Let's go and take a look. Many people rose into the air and followed. Firstly, they wanted to see how much Situ Xiaotian's strength had grown recently. Secondly, they also wanted to see what was so special about the successor of the great dragon. When Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were about to cultivate, they suddenly raised their heads and looked into the distance. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He could sense countless powerful auras gushing towards him. Each and every one of them was extremely frightening. Many of them were not weaker than Huang Muzhin, the Fire Dragon King, and the others. They were definitely a group of geniuses and monsters. Those people were actually coming toward him. What was going on? Were they trying to intimidate him? Thinking of that, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Crimson Dragon also jumped up. Are they here so soon? Damn it, they don't take us seriously at all. He was very angry. He could guess what this group of people was here for, even if he used his feet. As soon as he finished speaking, countless figures appeared in the sky. Their gazes pierced through the void below. For a moment, the space around Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon fluctuated rapidly and countless cracks appeared. Are you Lin Xian? Someone asked coldly. Lin Xian raised his head and ignored those piercing gazes. He also looked at those people. Soon, he stared at one of the figures. That was because he realized that that person's aura was the strongest, and that person carried killing intent. Although the surrounding people's auras were fierce, they did not have any killing intent. That meant that they were here to cause trouble. That's right, I am. Lin Xian nodded. Who are you? Io, what an arrogant attitude. Brat, we came to the extraordinary scholar mansion earlier than you. Logically speaking, he should be your senior brother. Why aren't you greeting us when you see us? A black-clothed youth laughed wildly. Since I came early, I should call you senior brother? Lin Xian shook his head and pointed to a tree in his manner. Looking at the age of this tree, it should be at least 3,000 to 4,000 years old. It came much earlier than you. Why don't you call this tree senior brother? Pucci. Hearing this, many people around them laughed. The crimson dragon was rolling on the ground laughing. Ha 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 ha, Ben Huang is dying of laughter. He really didn't expect Lin Xian to counterattack like this. In the sky, the black-clothed youth's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was courting death. The other party actually dared to provoke him. Let me go down and teach him a lesson. Situ Xiaotian nodded slightly. He wanted to see if the other party had the right to be so arrogant. Brat, it seems that you haven't figured out the situation. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you're the descendant of the great dragon or the 9 sons. Here, everything depends on strength. Today, I'll teach you what kind of attitude a newcomer should have. The black-clothed youth descended from the sky like a demon god. He brought along a murderous aura that filled the sky and pressed down. With a boom, the void below shattered. Endless runes turned into killing swords and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He shouted coldly, and the 9 sons' divine body bloomed with light, blocking all the killing swords. At the same time, he raised his head and his eyes bloomed with a biting cold light. Are you saying that we only rely on our fists here? Very good, I like this kind of rule. At this point, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed upwards. Puff! Puff! The killing swords that filled the sky were shattered. The golden hand covered the sky and the sun, enveloping that person. Damn it, get lost! The black-clothed youth shouted coldly, and black lines appeared on his brows. An incomparably terrifying force condensed and turned into a sharp divine light. It slashed out like a heavenly sword. It wanted to cut Lin Xian's palm in half. Boom! The sword chi that was like a divine light instantly shattered the void. This attack wasn't any weaker than Zhan Wushuang's attack. Most of the top geniuses outside would probably be cut in half in an instant if they encountered such a sword light. However, Lin Xian was different. His opponent's combat power had almost reached 50,000, but he still wasn't a threat to him. Therefore, he still didn't dodge. Instead, he slapped forward with the golden hand. Your strength is only SOSO. The golden hand shattered the sword chi that was like divine light and completely froze the black-robed young man in the void. The black-clothed youth's expression was extremely ugly. The air around him shattered as the golden hand grabbed him. The bones in his body creaked. If it exerted a little more force, he would be crushed into a bloody mist. What? This kid is actually so powerful. Is this the 9 sons' divine body? The surrounding geniuses were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such strength. Situ Xiaotian also narrowed his eyes. 50,000 Archean power. No wonder you're so arrogant. The youth who attacked had 47,000 Archean power, but he still couldn't defeat Lin Xian. This made Situ Xiaotian speculate that Lin Xian's Archean power was at least 50,000. However, no matter how much it couldn't be much. After all, the other party's age was still there. Therefore, Situ Xiaotian snorted coldly. Kid, let him go. I'll play with you. Lin Xian didn't stop. Instead, he turned his head and stared at the other party. Play with me? Who are you? How dare you? This is our senior brother Situ. Many people shouted coldly. Senior brother Situ? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly. I've never heard of this name. The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched. Situ Xiaotian is such a terrifying existence. How dare he say he's never heard of him? Isn't this just courting death? Kid, don't be too arrogant. Don't force me to make a move. Situ Xiaotian's face sank. His eyes were filled with a cold killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. Don't force you to make a move? Didn't you come here to snatch a spot to enter Full Moon Lake? Why are you pretending to be innocent? If you want to make a move, then come. I'll welcome you. With a wave of his golden hand, the black-clothed youth was tossed away. The black-clothed youth was sent flying tens of thousands of miles. It seems you're not stupid. You know my intentions for coming here. Situ Xiaotian, I'll give you a chance. Obediently give this spot to me. I can treat today's matters as if nothing happened. Otherwise, although he hadn't finished, the meaning of his threat was obvious. It seemed that Situ Xiaotian wanted to make a move. The surrounding geniuses were all excited. However, they didn't know that above the 9 heavens, there were 2 pairs of eyes looking down. Chapter 3005. One of them was the white-robed Great Elder. Beside him wasn't a person, but a pair of eyes. This pair of eyes carried with them law runes, seeming as if they could see through all. Under this pair of eyes, the first elder appeared to be extremely respectful. Peak Master, these 2 little fellows were just exchanging pointers. How did they disturb you? The great elder bowed. Those eyes shined with a starry skylight. A soul fluctuation spread out. This little fellow is quite interesting. His talent and potential are decent. I wonder what his combat strength is like. The great elder said. According to his estimations, his strength should be above 50,000. But as for how much, he didn't know. However, compared to this Situ Xiaotian, he might be at a slight disadvantage. But as long as Lin Xian was given enough time, he would be able to surpass Situ Xiaotian in just a few years. After all, he was the descendant of the Great Dragon. The descendant of the Great Dragon had unparalleled potential. If he was properly nurtured, he would absolutely become the #1 person of Full Moon Peak in the future. At that time, it might even be possible for him to surpass the Northern Monster. It could be seen that the Great Elder attached great importance to Lin Xian. He wanted to raise him as the #1 person of his generation. However, listening to the Great Elder's words, it seemed he was looking forward to Lin Xian's future. But he didn't believe that Lin Xian would be able to gain the upper hand in this battle. On the side, the pair of eyes that carried with them the laws emitted soul fluctuations. I don't think so. I feel that the one to lose this time might be Situ Xiaotian. Hearing this, the white-robed Great Elder was shocked. He knew just how strong Situ Xiaotian was. Although Lin Xian's potential was limitless, what about now? He didn't know. He narrowed his eyes and looked down. Below, Lin Xian held his hands behind his back and coldly said, "Make your move. Let me see just what qualifications you have to dare snatch my spot." He stared at Situ Xiaotian. Situ Xiaotian sneered. "Fine, let me teach you a lesson, you brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you need me to give you 3 moves? Give me 3 moves? I fear that after 3 moves, you won't have the life to fight." Lin Xian coldly snorted. Although the other party was powerful, he was not invincible. In front of him, the other party did not have the qualifications to be arrogant. Moreover, Lin Xian did not intend to drag this out any longer. He raised his large golden hand and slammed it forward. The golden palm shone like the sun and was incomparably sharp. It turned into a golden mountain and shrouded the area below. Everywhere it passed, the void would distort and shatter. From this, one could see how powerful this power was. Acting recklessly, how dare you take the initiative to attack me? Situ Xiaotian was enraged. He hadn't even made a move yet, but the other party had already impatiently attacked. What? Could it be that the other party really thought that he could compete with him? His hand clenched into a fist, releasing mysterious symbols, blasting forward. With a loud clang, it collided with the golden palm. Hundreds and thousands of cracks appeared in the sky. The terrifying power caused the hearts of the surrounding monstrous geniuses to shudder. However, in the next moment, their eyes were filled with shock. They discovered that although Situ Shoutian's fist managed to block the golden palm, it was enveloped by countless golden flames and began to burn. Soon, it turned into ashes and disappeared into the sky. Situ Shoutian's fist had been broken. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe it, although they knew that it was just a casual punch from Situ Shoutian. However, it wasn't something that could be easily broken by just anyone. One could imagine that Lin Xian was stronger than they had imagined. Interesting. I wonder if you can handle my next attack? Lin Fan thought to himself. Milky Way meteor fist. Buzz. Situ Shoutian's fist bloomed with light, shattering the void. The terrifying power was incomparable. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered. Nothing could withstand it. As soon as the Milky Way meteor fist was unleashed, it brought about a phenomenon in the surroundings. The entire sky was completely covered by countless meteors. The golden palm buzzed and the light on it dimmed. Seeing this scene, the followers looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, this kid's 9-yang divine body is only SOSO. In front of senior brother Situ, he didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. 9 suns split the sky. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his arm, and terrifying balls of flames erupted from his palm. They turned into a huge flaming sword that soared into the sky. This aura caused the laughter of the surrounding people to instantly stop. Their hearts trembled, and their eyelids twitched wildly. A sense of fear arose in their hearts. They discovered that this aura was so sharp that it made their bodies tremble. This seemed to be the 9-yang sword technique. He could actually cultivate the 9-yang sword technique to such a level. The surrounding monstrous geniuses were also shocked. Buzz! Buzz! The huge flaming sword danced in the sky like a fire dragon, covering the sky and the earth. The entire sky was completely covered by a sea of fire. Boom! Boom! The meteors that filled the sky were split apart by the sword. If this is all you have, then you can get lost. This spot isn't yours yet. Lin Xian's thunderous voice resounded through the surroundings. The surrounding people were stunned. Situ Shoutian's face completely darkened. He realized that he had really underestimated his opponent. The strength that Situ Shoutian displayed was definitely above 50,000 archean power. And it seemed that Situ Shoutian wasn't weaker than him. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another. Crack! Crack! His entire right arm seemed to have turned into a bronze arm. A ferocious aura burst forth from the arm. Bloodline power. Seeing this scene, the surrounding monstrous geniuses' expressions changed. They didn't expect Situ Shoutian to directly use his bloodline power. It seemed that he was really angry. Sure enough, as Situ Shoutian's hand moved, the entire space trembled as if it couldn't withstand this power. The surrounding monstrous geniuses also quickly retreated with incomparably solemn expressions. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Bloodline power? He could indeed feel a monstrous aura from Situ Shoutian's right hand that could destroy everything. No wonder he dared to snatch his spot. Situ Shoutian was indeed somewhat capable. Situ Shoutian's means were above Huimujian's. Boom! The giant bronze hand reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. It was like a mountain, and rumbling sounds could be heard. The entire world trembled. Lin Xian didn't dodge. He still activated 9 suns, split the heavens, and slashed forward. In the sky, the sea of fire surged, and a sword light descended from the sky. The bronze hand collided with 9 suns, split the heavens, producing a deafening sound. When the two collided, 100,000 lightning bolts descended. The bronze hand was too strange. Bronze runes appeared one after another on it, and it actually blocked 9 suns, split the heavens. It blocked it. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a terrifying bloodline power. The bronze hand was indeed extraordinary. The surrounding people snorted coldly. Lin Xian was going to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 3006. That's right, the bronze hand wasn't just for show. It was an ancient technique. Coupled with Situ Shoutian's bloodline power, it was absolutely heaven-defying. As he spoke, countless runes formed on the bronze hand and quickly formed a powerful force that sent 9 suns split the sky flying. Not only that, Situ Shoutian shouted coldly and punched out 9 times in a row. The flaming sword Qi trembled and eventually dimmed and cracks appeared on it. Was it broken? 9 suns split the sky was the ultimate move of the 9 suns, sword technique. But now, it couldn't withstand the bronze hand. This kid was indeed no match for Situ Shoutian. That was natural. As long as Situ Shoutian was serious, he could definitely kill this kid easily. The surrounding geniuses sneered. Situ Shoutian's eyes shone brightly. The bronze hand reached down and completely shattered 9 suns, split the sky before grabbing at Lin Xian. It seemed that he wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the hand fell, a violent wind blew. The surrounding space shattered and black holes appeared one after another. It was truly terrifying. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the other party would have such an ultimate technique that could repel his 9 suns, split the sky. In the next moment, he snorted and waved his hand, pulling out the fire Qilin sword. He stabbed out with his sword. Buzz! Tens of thousands of sword Qi slashed out in all directions. It's useless. You can't escape. The bronze hand was like a sky that pressed down and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, the bronze hand fell and covered Lin Xian's figure. The surrounding space shattered, forming a cage that completely suppressed Lin Xian. That brat had been sealed. Ha 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 ha. I told you, he's no match for senior brother Situ. Someone like him wants to go to the full moon lake? Dream on. Cold laughter sounded. The surrounding geniuses were also shocked. It seemed that the successor of the great dragon sword, Soul, couldn't do it either. Yes, although he was the successor of the great dragon sword Soul, if he wanted to fight against Situ Shoutian, he would have to cultivate for a few more years. Situ Shoutian was equally pleased with himself. He waved his hand as if he wanted to lift Lin Xian up. However, in the next instant, his expression changed. An enormous pain came from his palm. Buzz, countless sword lights flashed, and the bronze hand below let out cracking sounds. In an instant, it was chopped into pieces. A figure walked out from the shattered bronze palm. What? It was broken? Everyone's pupils shrank as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually walk out. That was the bronze hand. How did he break it? The bronze hand contained an extremely powerful bloodline power. It was comparable to a semi-sage tool. So, how had the other party done it? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling slightly. Situ Shoutian's face was also ferocious. He retracted his palm, his complexion extremely ugly. What? Do you want to continue? Lin Xian asked coldly. Although it had only been a few short moves, Situ Shoutian had suffered a great loss. This undoubtedly showed that this newcomer was very strong. He was ridiculously strong. This fellow was not bad. He was actually able to break through the bronze hand. As expected of the descendant of the great dragon, that sword was too sharp. They didn't expect that Situ Shoutian would suffer a loss at the other party's hands. If the other party was so strong now, who knew how heaven-defying he would be in the future? Could it be that this was another existence comparable to Misty Peak's northern monster? Everyone discussed spiritedly. They all felt the pressure, and it was an enormous pressure. If this person grew up in the future, he would definitely be a supreme overlord. He was strong, but compared to the northern monster, he was far too lacking. That's right, the northern monster cultivated near Misty Lake all year round. Moreover, it was said that he had already comprehended the misty, heavenly steel. With that kind of strength, he was probably abnormally strong. Hearing Lin Xian's words and the surrounding discussions, Situ Xiaotian's face darkened. He revolved his bloodline power, causing the shattered bronze hand to recover once more. However, he didn't make a move. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to defeat this fellow in front of him. Perhaps he would win in the end, but he would also be seriously injured. Moreover, it wasn't certain whether he could completely suppress the other party. I didn't expect that I would misjudge you. I'll let you off this time, but in the future, I'll come back for you. Situ Xiaotian gritted his teeth. Everyone exclaimed. Although Situ Xiaotian had spoken ruthlessly, it seemed that he had given up on fighting for a spot this time. This was truly a surprise. It wasn't easy to make Situ Xiaotian give up. At this moment, Su Chen's strength was imprinted in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a light snort came from the sky. Following that, a figure tore through the void and descended. Seeing this figure, everyone's hearts shook. Then, they respectfully shouted, greeting the first elder. That's right, the person who came was the white-clothed first elder. After the first elder landed, he didn't say anything. The surrounding people were puzzled and looked up. In the next moment, they trembled, and then their voices became even more respectful. Greetings, Peak Master. That's right, they saw a pair of eyes. A pair of godlike eyes looking down at them. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were equally shocked. They also saw the pair of godlike eyes. Especially Lin Xian, he was even more surprised. There was a mysterious power in the other party's eyes that far surpassed them. This was the power of law. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. He didn't expect the Full Moon Peak's Peak Master to be a sage. This little guy's strength was beyond his expectations. The godlike eyes emitted a soul fluctuation. Peak Master, you flatter me. This is just a small trick. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. The godlike eyes continued to emit fluctuations. All right, since no one has any objections, you can go to the Full Moon Lake to cultivate. This time you have half a day. Lin Xian clenched his fists, and a touch of excitement appeared in his eyes. Finally, he could enter the Full Moon Lake. Well, let him see how much the Full Moon Lake could improve him. Under everyone's envious gaze, Lin Xian soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and flew toward the Full Moon Lake in front of him. Throughout the entire process, he felt that the array formation around him was quickly dissipating. It was obvious that the Peak Master had removed the array formation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Full Moon Lake. Plop! Lin Xian fell into the lake, causing countless splashes. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. They wondered how many waves this little guy could create. The Grand Elder looked expectant. Hearing this, the surrounding geniuses began to discuss. This guy is very talented. I think he should be able to create 5 waves. No, I think he should be able to create at least 6 waves. Can't you guys guess more? 7 waves. Stop fooling around. Back when the North Demon entered the Ethereal Lake, he only created 7 waves. Could this kid be like the North Demon? Chapter 3007. The Crimson Dragon also understood what was going on. It turned out that after a cultivator entered the Full Moon Lake, they would form a reaction with the energy inside. Waves would form on the surface of the lake. The more waves one formed, the higher one's talent and the greater one's future achievements would be. It seemed that when the North Monster entered the Misty Lake, he had caused 7 waves. This made the Crimson Dragon look forward to it. It wondered what kind of scene this kid could cause. Lin Xian did not know what everyone was talking about. At this moment, he had already entered the Full Moon Lake. After entering, he exclaimed in a low voice. The energy inside was too pure. He did not even need to deliberately absorb it. The energy would enter his body. Cultivating here for a day, no, 2 hours, was comparable to cultivating outside for 100 years. Lin Xian was wild with joy. His eyes shone with a piercing light. He formed a seal with his palms and instantly summoned the great dragon Sword Soul. The great dragon Sword Soul turned into a dragon and circled around him, quickly absorbing the energy inside. At the same time, Lin Xian used the longevity art. At the same time, he circulated the 9 yang bodies cultivation technique and quickly cultivated. He did not have much time. He only had half a day, so he could not waste any of it. Boom! 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 Just as Lin Xian was silently cultivating, outside, a violent wind blew on the surface of the lake. The void cracked open and lightning descended. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 waves surged in the sky as if they could extinguish everything. Everyone gasped in surprise. The 5 waves appeared almost instantaneously. This kind of scene was truly astonishing. This kid was so powerful. He could instantly activate 5 waves. Would he be able to continue? Perhaps that was his limit. Not necessarily. After waiting for a while, the 6th wave rose into the sky. Everyone exclaimed again. He wondered if there would be a 7th wave. They continued to wait. This time the wait was longer. However, a large crack appeared in the sky, as if the entire sky had been split into 2. The 7th wave rose into the sky again. It appeared. The 7th wave really appeared. Heavens, this guy is comparable to the North Monster. His future achievements are definitely limitless. Those people were amazed. Situ Shoutian's eyelids twitched. Their full moon peak actually had an existence comparable to the North Fey. In the next moment, these people were stunned. They noticed that after the 7th wave, an 8th wave had actually condensed. The 8th level. It actually appeared. These people screamed. The elders were also extremely shocked. His opponent had actually surpassed the North Demon. This was simply too unbelievable. The news spread quickly and soon spread to the full moon peak. The misty peak was shrouded in mist. At this moment, countless teleportation portals were activated, and news came one after another. Everyone in Misty Peak was shocked as well. What? Someone actually surpassed the North Yao. Misty Lake. Qing Wu sat there cross-legged, her small face somewhat cold. She held a purple array disc in her hand. Runes flickered on its surface, and a message floated over. It was the news of Lin Xian triggering the 7 layered waves. This news caused Qing Wu to be extremely shocked. Damn it, this guy is actually able to trigger the 7 layered waves. How was this possible? One had to know that the only person who could cause the 7-fold wave was her brother. However, the other party was also able to do this. It was really shocking. After pouting for a long time, Qing Wu took a deep breath and waved her jade-like hand, sending the message into the array disk. Brother, let me tell you a piece of news. That despicable guy has entered the full moon lake. Moreover, he even triggered the 7 layered waves. He's actually the same as you. After the news was sent out, Qing Wu waited patiently. After a while, the array disk flickered and countless runes floated out. Along with it was the voice of the North Demon. I didn't expect this guy to be so talented. I really didn't misjudge him. In the future, he will be the opponent that I'm most interested in. The North Demon's voice was a little excited. Qing Wu was panting with anger. Don't worry, brother. That guy is definitely not your opponent. You've already left him far behind. Unless he cultivates for another 500 years, he won't have a chance to catch up to you. As soon as she finished speaking, Qing Wu was stunned, because another array disk beside her had sent a message. Not good, Miss Qing Wu. That guy has triggered the 8 layered waves. With a clang, the array disk in Qing Wu's hand fell to the ground. She stood up and screamed. What, the 8 layered waves? Are you sure? I'm sure. The voice on the array disk was also filled with shock. For a moment, Qing Wu threw it there. Not to mention her, the people of Full Moon Peak were also stunned. When the people of Exquisite Peak and Divine Strategy Peak heard the news, they were also in an uproar. They really didn't expect that Lin Xian would cause such a commotion not long after he entered Full Moon Peak. The 8-layered waves had already surpassed the North Demon. One had to know that the North Demon had also triggered the 7-layered waves back then. On Ethereal Lakeside, Qing Wu gritted her teeth. She hurriedly picked up the array disc and quickly sent a voice transmission. "Brother, this is bad. That guy actually triggered the 8-layered waves." After sending the voice transmission, Qing Wu waited nervously. This time, it took even longer before the North Demon's voice came. The 8-layered waves. I didn't expect this guy's talent to be so good, to be able to trigger the 8-layered waves. The North Demon's voice was also incomparably solemn. It was obvious that the 8-layered waves had also shocked him. That was because it had already surpassed him. "Don't worry, brother. So what if he's talented? He's still so weak now. Perhaps he'll be killed by others the moment he enters the stellar realm." The array rotated and countless runes formed an illusion. It looked exactly like the North Demon. The moment the illusion appeared, it stared at Qing Wu and shook its head slightly. "You can't be careless. This guy isn't someone who will die so easily. According to what I know, he's not a flower in a greenhouse. He's experienced the harshest of storms and fought his way up from the lowest level. Everything he has today is because he worked hard bit by bit. You will be able to obtain this information if you go and collect some information. Therefore, don't underestimate him. This guy might really become the second Yi Gucheng." Yi Gucheng, the name of the 3rd-generation successor of the Dragon Sword. He was a peerless genius back then. He entered the House of Prodigies and comprehended the full moon wordless steel. He was so strong that he swept through the 8 desolates. No one was his match. However, he was surrounded and killed by countless powerful geniuses on the final ancient path of the stars. That battle was earth-shattering. Blood flowed. It was even rumored that in the end, even the saints took action. Even so, they couldn't do anything to Yi Gucheng. Yi Gucheng fought with a group of heaven-defying geniuses, including the saints. He killed a path of blood. In the end, a few saints joined forces and killed Yi Gucheng. As for the result of that battle, other than Yi Gucheng's death, all the monstrous geniuses who attacked were basically killed. Even among the sages, 1 or 2 of them had perished. That was only an invincible king. Chapter 3008. This was also the greatest pain of Full Moon Peak. If Yi Gucheng had grown into a saint at that time, he probably wouldn't have fallen. Hearing this ancient legend again, Qing Wu's body trembled slightly. "Brother, you can't be saying that this kid will really walk on the path of Senior Yi Gucheng, right? He can't succeed. Senior Yi Gucheng is not only the successor of the Great Dragon, but he also has an extremely strong Azure Dragon bloodline. Although this kid is strong, he doesn't have the bloodline power. Moreover, Senior Yi Gucheng condensed the 9 heavy waves back then. Moreover, he comprehended the full moon wordless steel. If it wasn't for the short time he comprehended it, he wouldn't have fallen. Perhaps he would have completely comprehended the full moon wordless steel." Qing Wu didn't believe that this hateful kid in front of him could be compared with the famous Yi Gucheng. Not only him, but the entire extraordinary scholar mansion was talking about it, especially Full Moon Peak. Many old figures appeared, their bodies trembling. They stared at the full moon lake. There was a trace of expectation in their hearts. Lin Xian was also the successor of the Great Dragon. Could Lin Xian create a second miracle? Around the full moon lake, Situ Xiaotian and the others were stunned. The Great Elder's face was also full of shock. In the sky, the saint's eyes were also flickering. Inside the full moon lake, Lin Xian sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake. The surrounding energy enveloped him. At the same time, opposite him, The great dragon sword soul was also enveloped by countless energy and quickly absorbed. Time was almost up. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He only had half a day here, and more than half had already passed. However, what made him happy was that the great dragon sword soul opposite him was nourished by the energy and recovered again. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The fierce power on it made even Lin Xian, who had the 9-yang divine body, tremble slightly. This power could easily pierce through a powerhouse with 60,000 archaic power, right? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This kind of powerful attack power would be Lin Xian's biggest trump card. At the same time, Lin Xian's divine body was also glowing. He had already reached the 4th layer of the 9-yang divine body. With so much energy, his 9-yang divine body had increased once again. Although he did not break through to the 5th level, he had reached an unbelievable level. He felt that there weren't many attacks that could hurt him now. Once he broke through to the 5th level, it would signify that his physical body had reached the level of a saint. This was a qualitative leap. The fact that his body was sanctified meant that his body was comparable to a sage's. The attacks of kings could not harm him at all. It could be said that going from the 4th level to the 5th level was an extremely terrifying leap. Therefore, breaking through from the 4th layer to the 5th layer was extremely difficult. Full Moon Lake. The 8 waves spun rapidly, forming a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. At this moment, countless figures had gathered around the full moon lake, and countless gazes were flickering. At this moment, the full moon lake already became the center of the Prodigy Manor. Other than the full moon peak, many people from the other peaks also came. After all, this scene was too terrifying. One had to know that the North Demon, the most powerful monster in the Misty Peak, had only caused 7 waves back then. But now Lin Xian, a newcomer who had just entered, had actually caused 8 waves. How could they not be shocked? The time was almost up, and this kid should have reached his limit. Someone took a deep breath, and many people quietly wiped off their cold sweat. 8 waves was already very terrifying. Fortunately, the other party did not cause 9 waves. Otherwise, they could not imagine how surprised they would be. Look, it's actually them. They were the top few people on the Wanhua list. Someone cried out in surprise. A few figures appeared in the surroundings. They were abnormally powerful, like gods and demons. The full moon list was the ranking of the geniuses of the full moon peak. Those who could be on the full moon list were all earth-shattering figures. For example, Situ Xiaotian was on the full moon list. Of course, she couldn't even enter the top 10 of the full moon list. And this time, the ones who appeared were the top 5 on the full moon list. One of them was wearing a black robe, and there was a black aura hanging down around him, turning into one Shin Yi rune after another, enveloping him. No one dared to approach where he was. Heimo! He was ranked 2nd. His demonic skills were monstrous, and his strength was terrifying. You're just a newcomer, and you're already in the limelight. Sooner or later, I'll kill you. The Heimo flame bloomed with a biting, cold-killing intent. In his opinion, such a newcomer was simply courting death by doing such a thing. The other party did not have super strength now, but displayed super talent. He would definitely be targeted. No one would allow such a powerful genius to continue to grow. On the great Earth path, everyone was an enemy. Perhaps this kid would be secretly assassinated one day. Hearing Heimo's words, everyone trembled. Even Situ Xiaotian's scalp went numb. Not only was Heimo's strength terrifying, but his personality was also cruel. He would attack at the slightest disagreement. Although he would not be killed, he would be seriously injured, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, no one dared to provoke Heimo. That was interesting. Not far from Heimo, countless blue frost revolved, forming an ice phoenix that carried a woman. This woman's name was Xueling, and she was ranked 3rd on the full moon peak. As she chuckled, The power of ice on her body bloomed, freezing the entire world. The bodies of the geniuses trembled as if they were about to be frozen. Damn it, this Xue Ling's power of ice has become stronger again. Everyone frantically retreated again. Buzz! A beam of light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, turning into a human figure that broke the ice in the sky. It was a man in green. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were bright and had a strange light. It's him. Many people's pupils shrank. He was also a peerless genius called Yi Fei, ranked 4th. The moment he appeared, Xue Ling, who was ranked 3rd, also narrowed her eyes. The ice on her body became even colder. She knew that this was definitely a powerful enemy. Although the other party's ranking was lower than hers, she did not dare to be careless. The other party's flying daggers never missed. A few years ago, the other party killed 13 invincible kings with 1 slash. That battle record was definitely enough to make people tremble. These people were the top geniuses of the Full Moon Peak. Of course, the one ranked 1st did not come. As for the one ranked 1st, no one was very clear. This was because the other party was too mysterious. He often appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Other than some necessary battles, he basically did not appear. They only knew that the other party's surname was Huangfu, and his name was Beitian. Huangfu Beitian was in existence even more terrifying than Heimo, and he was also the number 1 person on the Full Moon Peak. It was almost time, but this kid still had not come out. Above, Heimo frowned, extremely dissatisfied. In his opinion, the other party's potential had been exhausted, and there was no point in dragging it out. Chapter 3009. Hearing this, the others' mouths twitched, but no one dared to refute. In the distance, the eyes of the first elder and the god were fixed on the Full Moon Lake. In fact, in the Full Moon Lake, there were also some powerful geniuses from other mountains. Among them, there were 2 familiar figures. One was Yan Nantian. At this moment, Yan Nantian was still shrouded in a mysterious halo. He was the successor of Adarch, so when he entered, he caused quite a commotion. As for Lin Xian, he was also very serious, so this time, when Lin Xian entered the Full Moon Lake, he also came to watch. The other one was Qing Wu. At this moment, Qing Wu was holding a disc array in her hand, and on it was the North Devil Phantom, formed by runes. Brother, that kid really condensed 8 waves. Qing Wu looked at the 8 waves in front of her and gritted her teeth. The North Devil Phantom's eyes were also shining. The North Devil was using an array to watch from afar. He is indeed very strong and a difficult opponent. The North Devil laughed. Qing Wu snorted coldly. So what? Isn't it just 8 waves? He definitely won't be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Boom! Boom! In front of them, endless air currents rolled, and the 8 waves were even more terrifying. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Xian took a step forward and merged with the great dragon's sword soul. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. An entire full moon lake trembled as if it was about to split open. Not only him, but the entire space was shaking nonstop. With a boom, among the 8 waves, the 9th wave condensed and shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, the god was shocked and everyone was stunned. The 9th wave had finally appeared. The moment the other party rushed out of the full moon lake, it appeared under his feet. How is this possible? Situ Xiaoyan's face was full of shock. Yi Fei's expression was serious, and Xue Ling was also stunned. Black Demon's face sank, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. 9 waves. The other party actually condensed 9 waves. It was unbelievable. One had to know that the North Devil had only condensed 7 waves. In history, only one person had condensed 9 waves. That person was Yi Gucheng. He was a powerful existence who had comprehended the full moon wordless steel. If many sages hadn't joined forces to attack him back then, he wouldn't have died. Such a person was simply a legendary existence. But now, Someone had actually accomplished the same feat. Not only that, he was also a descendant of the great dragon, causing everyone to exclaim in shock. Would he become the second Yi Guqing? In the distance, Yanantian snorted coldly. 9 ancient emperor runes appeared on his body and circled around him, making him look like an emperor. His eyes were fixed on the figure that rushed out of the full moon valley. Lin Xian, his fist glowed with light. On the other side, Qing Wu cried out in alarm. How was this possible? Did he really manage to condense 9 waves? She was truly stunned. The North Demon in the illusion was the same. His eyes were filled with shock. 9 heavy waves. His opponent had really condensed 9 waves. This was simply inconceivable. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Young geniuses, monsters on the Moonwatch list, and geniuses from other valleys. The first elder also sucked in a breath of cold air. His godlike eyes flickered with an incomparably sharp light. It was clear that they had never expected this scene to unfold before their eyes. In their opinion, Lin Xian was famous. He was the descendant of the great dragon, the successor of the 9 sons, and his name shook the world. But those who could come to the house of prodigy, which one of them wasn't extremely talented, there was even a descendant of a great emperor, such an unparalleled genius. The Misty Peak even had the 10,000 demon body, such a peerless monster. It could be said that although Lin Xian's name was shocking, he still couldn't suppress everyone here. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's actions had indeed shocked everyone. 9 heavy waves. That was a realm that even the North Demon hadn't reached. It was rumored that only the legendary Yi Guqing from tens of thousands of years ago had reached it. And now, Lin Xian had done it again. This was simply a legend. This guy was too powerful. The surrounding geniuses were shocked. Situ Shoutian's hands trembled slightly. Yi Fei's eyes emitted a piercing cold light, and Shuai Ling narrowed her eyes. I'm getting more and more interested in this guy. On the other side, the black demon, who was like a demon king, had a gloomy expression. Just condensing the 9 heavy waves, so what? His talent isn't bad, but his strength is too weak. In front of me, he can't arouse my interest at all. Although he said that no matter how he listened, he could hear a hint of jealousy in his words. After all, he couldn't condense the 9 heavy waves either. Yan Nantian didn't say anything. His eyes flickered with strange runes as he stared at the figure in the distance. On the other side, Qing Wu was stunned. Her cherry mouth was wide open. Heavens, what did I just see? This guy actually did it. Damn it, I don't believe it. Am I dreaming? Brother, we aren't under an illusion, right? She held the disc array in her hand, and the illusory North Demon on it also took a deep breath. This guy's talent is beyond our imagination. He will definitely be a difficult opponent in the future. Impossible, brother. You think too highly of him. Qing Wu snorted. Isn't it just the 9 heavy waves? It just shows that he has some talent. Besides, the 9 heavy waves might not be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. If he can't comprehend it, he can't be compared to you. Qing Wu was still stubborn. However, what she said was not wrong. In the distance, the great elder was also extremely excited. The eyes of a saint beside him also flickered with strange fluctuations. It was really a surprise. This kid might really become the second Yi Guqing. The great elder said excitedly. Beside him, the godlike eyes emitted fluctuations. It was possible. However, it might not be certain. All of this had to wait until he comprehended the full moon wordless steel. Although he caused the 9 heavy waves and shocked everyone, it was still hard to say whether he could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to it. They really wanted to know whether Lin Xian could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. He still wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless steel? He was overestimating himself. Let's get a spot first. The black demon snorted. The full moon wordless steel was the treasure of the full moon peak. Not everyone could comprehend it. One had to rush to the top 3 of the full moon peak to be qualified to comprehend it. This kid was just a newcomer now. Although he caused the 9 heavy waves, he wanted to rush to the top 3 in a short period of time. It was simply impossible. After all, there was not much time left until the next opening of the full moon wordless steel. This little bit of time was simply insignificant to them. It was not enough for their strength to undergo earth-shattering changes. Therefore, in their opinion, the other party had no hope at all. Lin Xian rushed out of the full moon lake. He let out a long roar and was very happy. This time, although he did not break through, his strength had become stronger. He was even stronger than before. The great dragon, sword soul, and 9 yang divine body had also been improved. When he came out, he was stunned. Chapter 30:10. He saw that there were many figures around him, and their gazes were all on him. Lin Xian frowned. He sensed some powerful energy, fluctuations, surging over. Among them, 3 figures were the most terrifying. Their strength was far above Sidu Xiaoyan's. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at He Mo, Schwelling, and Yi Fei. The aura on their bodies made his blood boil. So terrifying. Who were these 3 people? How was it, kid? In the distance, the crimson dragon flew over and came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian nodded. He had broken through a little. His harvest this time was indeed not small. Then he asked again, "Who are those 3 people?" "Oh, you mean those 3 guys?" The dark rainbow dragon glanced behind him, curled his lips, and began to explain to Lin Xian. Soon, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The top 5 people on the Moonview list. In that case, these 3 should be the top few people on the full moon peak. The second-ranked He Mo, the third-ranked Schwelling, and the fourth-ranked Yi Fei. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Yi Fei and Schwelling also turned their heads to look at him. In the next moment, their gazes clashed in the sky. With a bang, the void in the middle instantly turned into a black hole. These guys were really perverted. Just the energy produced by their gazes was so terrifying. The surrounding monsters swallowed their saliva. However, Lin Xian really did not know what was good for him. He had just entered and dared to provoke Yi Fei and the others. Yi Fei and Schwelling were fine. Although they were powerful, they were just a little arrogant. However, He Mo was very cruel. That kid had made such a big scene today. He Mo would probably be unhappy. As expected, when He Mo saw Lin Xian's gaze, he shouted coldly. A ball of black flames flew out from his eyes. It instantly floated towards Lin Xian. From the looks of it, he was trying to intimidate Lin Xian. F***CK, how shameless. Ambush. The crimson dragon cursed. He didn't try to take it head-on because he could see how terrifying the black flames were. Lin Xian also frowned and used the yin-yang steps to dodge the attack. In the next moment, he turned his head and looked forward. His gaze was fixed on the other party. Your speed is not bad. You actually managed to dodge my black flames. The corners of Black Demon's mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, do you think you have the qualifications to taint the wordless steel just because of this? Brat, let's talk about it after a few hundred years. Right now, you don't have the qualifications. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. It seemed that the Black Demon was indeed angry. This brat is going to be miserable. That was because the Black Demon was extremely powerful. On Moon Full Peak, he was second only to Huangfu Beitian. Moreover, his personality was so cruel that he would severely injure people if things didn't go his way. This time, he had set his sights on this Lin brat. He reckoned that the brat would end up in a miserable state. This guy must have eaten gunpowder. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not know the other party. Furthermore, the other party had attacked viciously right from the start. That black flame earlier was extremely terrifying. Perhaps even a genius like Hua Muzhin would be injured if she was enveloped by that flame. As soon as this guy appeared, he attacked viciously. Could it be that no one cared? He looked in the direction of the Great Elder and found that the Great Elder and the sage were just silently watching the battle. They had no intention of stopping it. It seemed that the rules of the extraordinary warrior's mansion were very relaxed. They could fight at will. However, it made sense. After all, this was the entrance to the Great Emperor's Road. The battles on the Great Emperor's Road were extremely tragic. Perhaps the extraordinary warrior's mansion was also based on this point. Therefore, they did not have too many restrictions. Since he knew this point, Lin Xian did not hold back. He frowned. What? Can I comprehend the you wordless steel? You have the final say? Who do you think you are? F***CK. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched fiercely. This brat actually went against the black demon? Did he lose his mind? Did he know who he was facing? The ignorant were fearless. It was no wonder that he had just arrived and did not know the black demon's name. If he knew that he was facing the black demon, the second genius of Moon, Full Peak, he would probably immediately kneel on the ground in fear. In the distance, the Sky Prides were discussing animatedly. The black demon's face darkened. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like this. Therefore, the black demon was stunned for a moment when he heard the other party's words. When he came back to his senses, his face was terrifyingly dark. Good, very good. Brat, you're the first one who dares to speak to me like this. What am I wrong? Are you in charge of the you wordless steel? Lin Xian still had his hands behind his back and said indifferently, regardless of whether it was the black demon or the white demon, since the other party wanted to hurt him, he would not be nice to them. Brat, you don't have to provoke me. To tell you the truth, if you want to comprehend the you wordless steel, you have to get a slot. Only the top 3 geniuses of Moon Full Peak are qualified to comprehend it. Do you think it's possible for you to do so? So that's how it is. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not know before. Thank you for telling me the rules. You should be ranked second. If I defeat you, will I be the new second? Then I should be qualified. Lin Xian stared at the black demon in front of him again. A biting cold sword intent bloomed from his body. Oh my God, he's causing trouble. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people trembled and almost fainted from fright. What is this guy trying to do? Did I hear wrongly? Does he mean to fight the black demon? Oh my God, is this kid in the water? It's not just in the water. He's courting death. Who does he think he is? How dare he provoke the black demon? The black demon was ranked second on Moon Full Peak, second only to Huangfu Beitian. He was definitely a supreme figure. He was an existence that could compete with the top geniuses of the other peaks. This kid was talented, but his current strength could not be compared to the black demon. He probably could not even block a palm strike from the black demon. Everyone guessed. After all, the black demon had been famous for a long time, and his strength was too terrifying. When Yi Fei and Xueling heard this, they frowned and revealed a trace of shock. They looked at Lin Xian with shock on their faces. They wanted to know where he got his confidence from. You want to attack me? The black demon was stunned, then he sneered. Kid, it seems that you don't know my strength. Do you think my second ranking is for nothing? Well, I'll teach you a lesson today. The House of Prodigy is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Here, no matter if you're the descendant of the dragon or the 9 sons, you have to lie down. The black demon's body emitted a monstrous aura. Boundless black flames danced and covered half of the sky. An extremely terrifying power spread out from it. Those geniuses retreated frantically. Damn it, this guy really angered the black demon. Don't say any more. Hurry up and stay away. If the black demon attacked, those who were close would suffer. These people knew very well how terrifying the black demon was. Lin Xian felt this force and was also shocked. Very strong, but so what? Is that so? I really want to experience it. Chapter 30:11. He took a step out, and 10,000 rays of sword chi blossomed from his body, turning into a sword cloud, spiraling behind her. The two people's auras kept rising, and a great battle was about to break out. However, at this time, a bolt of lightning streaked across, slashing the void between the two people, forming a large spatial crack, engulfing the two people's auras. All right, Head Elder spoke up. Lin Xian, for you to be able to condense the 9 heavy waves at the full moon lake and recreate the legend, it's really something worthy of celebration. I think highly of you. These words were a kind of affirmation of Lin Xian's heaven and earth phenomenon that he caused before. After all, for so many tens of thousands of years, only 2 people could do it. Lin Xian was one of them. How could they not be excited? However, Head Elder said again, you've only been in the extraordinary warrior mansion for a short time. Why not cultivate for a while first? If you want to fight, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When these words came out, everyone sighed. Looks like Head Elder made a move to stop this battle. Indeed, although Head Elder and the rest admired Lin Xian, they did not think that the current Lin Xian had the qualifications to compete with Mo. After all, Mo was an extremely terrifying existence. They did not want Mo to make a move and seriously injure Lin Xian. Since Head Elder has spoken, then I'll spare your life today. Kid, you're very lucky to be able to jump around for a few months. But don't worry, after a few months, there will be a competition at the full moon peak. At that time, I'll personally make a move and let you know the rules. Is that so? At that time, I'll have a taste of what kind of strength you, the person ranked second, have. If your strength is too weak, I don't mind teaching you how to trample. A cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, their scalps tingling. Was this a challenge? A new kid actually dared to challenge Mo. Although they would fight a few months later, what could these few months change? Most people shook their heads, thinking that this Lin Xian was really insolent and reckless. Of course, there were also a small number of people who were excited and curious. Crimson Dragon was one of them. Haha, a group of idiots, wait and see. After a few months, your jaws will definitely drop. He was looking forward to the battle a few months later. I'll wait for you. Mo glared at Lin Xian coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned into a cloud of demonic clouds and disappeared into the void. I'm looking to fight a few months later. Xue Ling laughed. She too, an ice sword. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, and Lin Xianlin. Following this, the geniuses began to leave. In the sky, the godlike ice slowly disappeared. The great elder also turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and brought the dark red divine dragon and the dark red divine dragon back to the manor. In the following days, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the manor to cultivate. He wanted to stabilize his strength. After about 7 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The strength in his body had completely stabilized. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure came into the manor. Seeing this figure, Lin Xian immediately stood up. Great Elder! Lin Xian cupped his fists and shouted. Lin Xian was also shocked by this great elder. He couldn't see through him at all. However, from what he could sense, he shouldn't be an invincible king. He should be beyond that. He couldn't tell whether he was a half-step saint or a sage. Although he didn't have any terrifying strength, he seemed more mysterious. The great elder said with a smile, Kid, you haven't gone out for the past few days? No. You've been consolidating your cultivation. Lin Xian shook his head. I have to say you're quite bold. I've stayed in the House of Prodigies for many years and have seen all kinds of geniuses. But it's the first time I've seen someone like you who dared to provoke Mo. It's not that I want to provoke him, but he's gone too far. I don't even know him. We haven't even met before. He actually used such an attack the moment he saw me. If that wisp of black flame fell, it's estimated that a prodigy with 50,000 arcane power would be injured. Tell me, how can I not be angry? Sigh, this Mo is indeed arrogant and overbearing. The great elder sighed and then changed the topic. Okay, let's not talk about it. I'll take you to a place. Where to? You'll know when you get there. The great elder waved his sleeve, and countless laws enveloped Lin Xian, bringing him away from the spot. Just like that, Lin Xian left with the great elder. He didn't bring the dark red divine dragon or the snow-white little monkey with him. These two fellows had already run off to some unknown place to harm others. The great elder was so fast that Lin Xian couldn't believe it. He knew that this was the speed of laws. Soon, the two of them arrived at the back mountain. There was no one here, but there were teleportation arrays. The great elder brought Lin Xian to one of the teleportation arrays. Buzz! The two of them disappeared from the teleportation array. When the two of them appeared again, Lin Xian's eyes widened. He looked in front of him in disbelief. In front of him, it was bright and full of light. Those who didn't know would think that they had arrived at the immortal world. Countless jade palaces sat on the ground, emitting a holy light. There were strange flowers and herbs growing around, emitting a strong fragrance. Great Elder, you didn't bring me to the immortal world, right? Lin Xian was shocked. The great elder laughed. It would be great if it was really the immortal world. How could we have a place that even the great emperor had never been to? Don't think too much. This was a secret realm of the House of Prodigies. Lin Xian saw that there were figures entering the palaces in front of him. Lin Xian even met a few of them. He had seen them at the full moon lake before. They were a little familiar. It seemed that this wasn't a paradise on earth, but a special place of the House of Prodigies. Let's go. Don't be stunned here. The great elder brought Lin Xian forward. Lin Xian followed behind. Walking on the stairs, light flowed under his feet, emitting a turbulent energy. Lin Xian felt a strong spiritual energy rushing towards him. He raised his head and saw a plaque on top of the huge palace. 2 words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Moon Palace. In front of the main hall of the Moon Palace, there was a Taoist sweeping the floor. The old man's hair was messy, and his face was pale. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person. Even his sweeping movement was very slow. It was as if he had 1 foot in the grave and would die at any time. For such an ordinary old man to appear in this fairyland-like palace, it was very eye-catching. Lin Xian couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, he frowned. Even if he used the Tianji God eyes, he couldn't see anything special about this old man. It was as if he was really an ordinary person. But was this Taoist really an ordinary person? He didn't know. Chapter 30:12. Go in and see if there are any opportunities. The Grand Elder waved his hand and said. Lin Xian nodded, turned around, and walked towards the Moon Palace. Soon, his figure disappeared from the Moon Palace. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and looked at the Taoist priest in front of him. Then he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Grand Elder. This time, there might be a turning point for the full moon peak. Someone might be able to comprehend the full moon wordless stele. Hearing this, the Taoist priest in front of him said indifferently without raising his head, Oh, are you talking about the little guy who just went in? His voice was also very light, without any energy fluctuations or the power of laws. This made people very suspicious. Who exactly was this old man? However, before the Grand Elder could say anything, the old Taoist priest nodded. That little guy is not bad. I can feel at least 3 powerful energy fluctuations in his body. It seems that this little guy has a lot of secrets. 3? I don't know about that. I only know that he is the successor of the great dragon and the successor of the 9 sons. Is that so? No wonder. The great dragon sword and the 9 sons' divine body are indeed worthy of their reputation. However, his eyes were also very strange. The old Taoist priest did not look at Lin Xian from the beginning to the end, but now he seemed to have seen through Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes also have secrets? The Grand Elder was surprised. He really did not know about this. However, he did not intend to delve into it. After all, he knew that these people were all geniuses, who didn't have secrets. Lin Xian walked in. The interior was still colorful, like an immortal palace. Not long after, a black shadow suddenly charged towards him, giving Lin Xian a fright. He subconsciously raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Boom! He struck out with his palm. The void trembled, and the impact was vast and mighty. This palm strike of his could instantly blow apart an invincible king. However, the thing in front of him did not shatter. It only took a step back, which surprised Lin Xian. So powerful. Who is this person? His physique is too strong. He was even stronger than the prodigies of the primeval theocrats. However, when Lin Xian saw the black figure in front of him, he was completely stunned. The black shadow in front of him was too strange. It had a mysterious aura flowing around its body and a pair of jade-like wings on its back. They didn't look like humans at all. 10,000 ancient races? Lin Xian frowned. Wang. At this moment, not far from him, another figure with a pair of white jade wings flew over. Its opponent was a woman. She held a red sword in her hand and slashed out 3 sword flashes. The sword chi was like a rainbow, forcing the figure to retreat. At the same time, she turned to look at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. You're new? My name is Lin Xian. How should I address you? And what was this thing in front of him? Lin Xian? You're that Lin Xian. This time, the woman in red was surprised. She curiously sized up the young man in front of her. He looks handsome, but there's nothing special about him. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. What's special about me? The woman in red smiled and said, You don't know, but the news about you has spread on the full moon peak. Everyone is saying that you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Xian was speechless. Didn't he just create the 9 heavy waves at the full moon lake? Was there a need to spread such rumors? 3 heads and 6 arms. He wasn't from the 10,000 ancient races either. Looking at the speechless Lin Xian, the woman in red smiled and said, My surname is Lu, and my name is Lu Yanin. Fairy Lu, can you tell me what kind of monster this is? As he said that, Lin Xian slapped out again. The golden palm turned into a huge seal and blasted in front of him. The figure on top of it blasted him back again. They're called moon shadow beings. I don't know how they came about, but they contain a mysterious power. We fight with them to increase our combat experience and hone ourselves. Moreover, speaking till here, Lu Yanin slashed out a few more times, causing that moon shadow person to tremble. A mysterious aura flickered on the moon shadow being's body and poured into Lu Yanin's body. This is the second benefit, absorbing their power to strengthen oneself. This is a very pure power, the essence of the moon. Don't worry, you just need to absorb it into your body and refine it. Oh, right, this should be your first time coming to the Moon Palace, right? You definitely haven't gone to the Moon Soul Stone. Go to the Moon Soul Stone first and condense the moon soul in your body. Then come back to absorb the essence of the moon. Lin Xian was surprised by all of this. As expected of the full moon peak, the things inside were too profound. He walked forward. Along the way, he saw many people fighting with these moon shadow beings. As long as they defeated these moon shadow beings, they could absorb the essence of the moon from these moon shadow beings. After walking for a while, Lin Xian frowned. He felt an abnormal energy, fluctuation in front of him. He couldn't help but speed up. Soon he came to the front. In front of him was a large hall. In the center of the hall, there was a crescent-shaped stone suspended in midair. It was as white as jade and emitted rays of light that hung down. It looked very mysterious. This should be the Moon Soul Stone. Lin Xian's arrival attracted the attention of many people around him. In the next moment, they were discussing animatedly. It's that kid. Who is he? He's that Lin Xian. What? That Lin Xian who has 3 heads and 6 arms. It seems that he's going to condense the moon soul. There were many people sitting cross-legged around. They were facing the moon's soul stone and seemed to be absorbing the power on it. However, this distance made the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitch a little. Damn, isn't it too far? Those who didn't know would think that these people were doing something. No one dared to get close to the moon's soul stone and could only absorb it from afar. Even so, the monstrous geniuses were satisfied with what they had. Could it be that this moon soul stone was so powerful and terrifying? Lin Xian didn't believe it and prepared to walk forward. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the geniuses in the distance changed. This kid is really bold? Ha! Does he think that he can be presumptuous here just because he can condense the 9 heavy waves? Let's see how he dies. Many people gloated. In the distance, Lu Yanin also exclaimed when she saw the scene. Lin Xian, be careful, don't get too close. This moon soul is very strange. If you get too close, it can directly penetrate your soul. Directly penetrate the soul. After Lin Xian heard this, he also stopped in his tracks. His expression became solemn as he looked at the moon soul stone in front of him. When the surrounding people heard this, they sighed. Damn it, who was the one who tipped them off? They originally wanted to watch a show. However, when they saw the woman in red in the distance, they immediately shrunk their necks in fear and didn't dare to speak anymore. Outside, the first elder waved his hands. In front of him, countless laws condensed and formed a small ball of light. What was displayed on the ball of light was Lin Xian's current state. At this moment, other than the first elder, the Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor also raised his head. His turbid eyes were also looking at the ball of light in front of him. He was also looking forward to seeing this young man who had set off the 9 heavy waves in the full moon lake and created a legend. Chapter 30:13. What was this kid trying to do? Was he really going to get close? What a joke! Who did he think he was? Even top prodigies like Yi Fei and Xueling did not dare to get too close. Not to mention him. But that might not be the case. This kid had set off the 9 waves and created a legend. Perhaps he would have a way. The surrounding prodigies discussed animatedly. However, most of them shook their heads. If you say he can do it in a few decades, I believe you. If you say he can do it now, I won't believe you. Lin Xian ignored the people around him. He only had eyes for the moon, soul stone in front of him. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked forward again. Was this fellow even listening to what he said? Behind him, the woman in red frowned when she saw this. Forget it, I'll ignore him. It's good to let him suffer a little so that he won't be so arrogant again. Indeed, in the eyes of these prodigies, Lin Xian was indeed too arrogant. First, he provoked the black demon. Now he was trying to get close to the moon soul stone. Which one of those things did not scare these prodigies out of their wits? No one else dared to do it. But this kid did it one after another. If that was not arrogance, then what was? Perhaps this guy would only calm down after suffering a little. Lin Xian had only taken 2 steps when he felt an immense pressure surging towards him from the front, wanting to crush him to death. This pressure was not only on his body, but also on his soul. No wonder that was the case. No wonder those top prodigies did not dare to get too close. Even a prodigy would not be able to withstand an injury to his soul. Moreover, if he was not careful, he might be killed on the spot. Now he finally understood why the people around him were so far away and did not dare to get close. He also knew why the woman in red behind him reminded him. However, that was for others. These people might not be able to do it, but for Lin Xian, it might not be the case. He really didn't believe in this evil. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and walked forward. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a wave of sword chi surrounded his body as he slashed forward. The great dragon sword soul's attack was unparalleled. It could cut through everything. Even though the moon soul stone had terrifying power, it was still cut open by the great dragon sword soul. Although the speed of the slash was very slow, it was already very shocking. Golden light blossomed in Lin Xian's eyes. Sensing this scene, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he slowly walked forward. This Brett really didn't know what was good for him. He had already warned him not to go over, but he refused to listen. Who did he think he was? He was too arrogant. Did he think that he could be arrogant anywhere just because he caused the 9 heavy waves? In the Moon Soul Stone, he wouldn't even know how he died. These people sneered. The woman in red behind him also shook her head. She didn't think that Lin Xian would succeed. Perhaps after 2 steps, the other party would vomit blood and fly back. But soon these people were stunned. What's going on? He actually took 5 steps forward. Damn it. How did this kid do it? Impossible, I don't believe it. The surrounding people widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. At the rear, the woman in red was also stunned. How could this be? The other party actually took 5 steps. In Yu's opinion, the other party was strong and had the 9-yang divine body, but he could only take 2 steps at most. If he went any further, he would be injured. But now, the other party took 5 steps in one breath. What was even more strange was that the other party was not injured. Damn it, this was really strange. Could it be that the Moon Soul Stone didn't affect him? How was that possible? Who would go and test if the Moon Soul Stone's function had failed? These people were very confused. I'll do it. One of the gray-clothed young men turned into a ray of light and flew out. He had only taken a few steps when he vomited blood and flew back. His face was extremely pale. At the next moment, he got up and cursed crazily. Damn it, who told me to go? Who said that it was useless? I'm going to fight it out with him. This guy had rushed too fast and was severely injured. He hurriedly retreated far away and swallowed a pill to heal his injuries. When the others saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. The Moon Soul Stone was still terrifying, but why was that kid fine? Everyone in the main hall was stunned. Outside the main hall, the first elder and the Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor looked at the light ball in front of them in shock. The first elder gasped. The Taoist priest's turbid eyes shone with a strange light. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xian walked forward. Gradually, his expression turned solemn because he felt an enormous pressure. At this moment, he was 30 meters away from the Moon Soul Stone in front of him, but there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands stopping him. The resistance in front of him became stronger, and it was very terrifying. It wanted to crush him. Although he had the great dragon sword soul to open the way, his speed was much slower than before. Moreover, the surrounding terrifying aura was surging toward him from all directions. Lin Xian had no choice but to activate the 9-yang divine body. At the same time, golden runes flashed in his eyes. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. Just like that, Lin Xian walked another 10 meters and stopped 20 meters away from the Moon Soul Stone. He did not walk forward anymore. Instead, he stood still. This scene made all the geniuses in the main hall gulp. The woman in red behind him was also stunned. Her body was trembling slightly. Damn it, is this the guy from the legends? He really has 3 heads and 6 arms. She was not an ordinary person. She was also one of the top geniuses on the moon-gazing list. Her strength was above Situ Xiaoyan's. She did not see the incident at the moon-gazing lake with her own eyes, but the entire moon-gazing peak had spread. Naturally, she had also heard about it. It was rumored that the young man who had just entered had stirred up the 9 heavy waves and created a legend. He had shocked everyone. Moreover, it was said that the kid had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was very magical. Lu Yanin was very curious about such a person. Finally, she saw him just now. However, he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms like she had imagined. Instead, he was a handsome young man. Other than that, she did not see anything special about him. But now she saw it. He was actually 20 meters away from the Moon Soul Stone. That was too unbelievable. One had to know that when she was in front of the Moon Soul Stone and condensed the Moon Soul, she could only see 80 meters away. As far as she knew, Yifei and Xueling were only 60 to 70 meters away from her. Even Heimo, the famous and terrifying existence of the moon-gazing peak, condense the moon soul at a distance of 50 meters away. Who would condense the moon soul at a distance of 20 meters? He was simply courting death. In Liu Yanen's opinion, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to do it. Even the number one, Huangfu Beitian, could not do it. But now, she saw with her own eyes that someone had successfully done it. She wondered how long it would take for him to condense the moon soul. Liu Yanen's beautiful eyes flickered. Chapter 30:14. Back then, she took 3 months to condense it. She was ranked 9th on the full moon peak and was considered a super genius. Those who were ranked higher than her, such as Yi Fei and Xueling, took 1.5 months. The HMO seemed to have taken only 1 month to condense it. I wonder how long this kid will take. The surrounding geniuses were also shocked. Looking at his terrifying appearance, I think he should be able to condense it in a month. No way, 1 month? Isn't he able to catch up with the HMO? Speaking of the HMO, these geniuses trembled. They had no choice. The HMO was too terrifying. He was like a shadow that pressed down on them, making them unable to breathe. Impossible, he shouldn't be able to compete with the HMO in the sea. I think he should be able to take about a month with Yi Fei and the others. These people discussed. Even if he condensed it in a month, it was still a shocking matter. After all, Yi Fei and the others were extremely terrifying existences in their eyes. Lin Xian stood in front of them with a serious expression. He could feel a mysterious power coming from the Moon Soul Stone. It wanted to enter his body and tear his body apart, especially his soul. It was under great pressure. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Golden runes appeared in his eyes, floating and spinning rapidly. Buzz! He absorbed the energy of the Moon Soul Stone and condensed it quickly in his body. However, he didn't know where the others condensed it. His power was rapidly condensing in his left eye. More and more of it formed a small light spot, and it was gradually growing bigger. What a strange and mysterious energy! Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the energy of the Moon Soul Stone to be produced in his heavenly secret divine eye. At the same time, the golden runes in his heavenly secret divine eye were spinning rapidly as if they were very happy. Lin Xian had never seen such a scene before. This made his heart tremble. He took another step forward. No way! This kid wants to move forward. Does he want to die? This time, those people screamed again. Behind him, Liu Yanen also exclaimed. 20 meters was already a miracle. But the other party actually wanted to go 10 meters forward. This was something that even Huangfu Beitian, who was ranked first, couldn't do. Ka. As expected, after Lin Xian took a step forward, the bones in his body emitted cracking sounds. The Nine Suns' divine body also suffered a great impact. He coldly snorted, and his divine body emitted light as he forcibly withstood the pressure. At the same time, he mobilized the great dragon sword soul and formed a dragon-shaped sword shadow. It surged forward and broke through the mysterious power. 1 step, 2 steps, Lin Xian once again walked forward. When he reached 10 meters, the power of the Nine Yang divine body and the great dragon sword spirit could no longer walk forward. However, at this moment, his heavenly fate divine eye started to emit a mysterious light as it rotated slowly. He seemed to have communicated with the moon soul in front of him. He felt that the pressure around him had suddenly lightened, as if it had disappeared. What was going on? Could it be that the heavenly secret divine eyes were somehow related to the moon's soul stone? He didn't know, but he walked forward without hesitation. Finally, he arrived before the moon's soul stone. At this distance, he only needed to stretch out his hand to touch the moon's soul stone. My heavens! This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. He actually arrived before the moon's soul stone. Damn it, how did this kid do it? The people in the hall were about to go crazy. Behind them, Liu Yanen also opened her cherry mouth wide as if she had seen a ghost. Outside, the first elder's pupils shrank. The Taoist who was sweeping the floor also trembled, and a shocking light burst out from his turbid eyes. He could actually walk to the front. It was really surprising. Huangfu Beitian couldn't do it, and the North Demon couldn't do it, but he did it. The first elder was also shocked. I wonder how long it will take him to condense the moon soul? At this rate, he should be able to do it in a few days. The first elder muttered to himself. The Taoist, who was sweeping the floor at the side, also spoke. Back then, Yi Guqing only took a day to condense the moon soul. One day. This was really shocking news. One had to know that even a terrifying monster like the Black Demon had to spend a month. But Yi Guqing only took a day tens of thousands of years ago. The gap between them was simply too great. No wonder Yi Guqing could comprehend the moon gazing, wordless still. I wonder how long it will take Lin Xian to condense the moon soul now. Lin Xian looked at the moon soul stone in front of him, and his eyes flickered. He reached out his hand and gently touched it. He felt a shocking force that wanted to open his palm. With a cold shout, the golden hand emitted a light, and there was even a dragon-shaped sword chi surrounding it to block the aura. His palm landed on the moon soul stone. Buzz! A shocking force erupted, and the surrounding monsters in the distance fled frantically. Damn it! What is this guy trying to do? Is he crazy? The light emitted by the moon soul stone was too sharp. At this moment, it was as if it had transformed into a full moon that stood above the 9 heavens. It pressed down on everyone. With a plop, the surrounding monsters were pressed to the ground, and their faces were pale. Lu Yanin's expression changed drastically. She shouted, and countless red sword shadows surrounded her body, forming a red lotus that wrapped around her. It resisted the pressure of the full moon in the sky. The great elder who was watching in the dark was shocked. The moon soul stone had been activated. The Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor did not say anything, and his eyes were fixed on the screen. The moon soul stone had indeed been activated, and Lin Xian did not expect it to be like this. Could it be that it was not a stone? What exactly was it? He did not know, but he felt a great pressure. Even with the strength of the 9 yang divine body, it was on the verge of cracking under the pressure. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Lin Xian resisted with all his might, and the moon's soul stone became more and more mysterious. It was as if it had really turned into a moon that wanted to crush everything mercilessly. At this moment, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes spun crazily, and the golden runes quickly combined, emitting a mysterious aura. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Lin Xian's body trembled, and he saw a scene in front of him. Above the endless plains, there was a full moon. The moon hanging high in the sky was so big that it was unbelievable. It was like a star in front of him, and he could not see the end of it. What kind of scene was this? Lin Xian was stunned. Time passed slowly. 1 incense sticks time, 2 incense sticks time, and finally 2 hours had passed. Lin Xian's body trembled, and all of the illusions disappeared. In his left eye, endless golden runes wrapped around the essence of the moon and quickly condensed, forming a crescent moon pattern that was reflected in his eye. Buzz! As soon as the crescent moon pattern appeared, endless moonlight rushed towards Lin Xian's left eye and wrapped around him. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt a powerful energy erupt. Chapter 30:15. Boom! Once again, the surrounding monsters were pushed back. The moon soul stone retracted its terrifying aura and floated in the air again. What's going on? What happened? Those people were stunned. Could it be that he condensed the moon soul? What a joke! Those prodigies screamed. Is this a joke? How can he condense the moon soul in 2 hours? I don't believe it. They really didn't believe it. The Black Demon took a month, but the other party only took 2 hours. What a joke! Lu Yanin didn't believe it either. However, outside, the first elder and the Taoist priest were stunned. The first elder's hands were trembling. 2 hours? He actually condensed the moon soul in 2 hours. How did he do it? Truth be told, the Grand Elder was truly shocked. Even Yi Guqing, a monstrous genius, had taken an entire day to complete the task. Lin Xian had only used 2 hours to do it. The Taoist priest took a deep breath and stared at the screen. His eyes are very mysterious. Perhaps he has some kind of bloodline or inheritance, but I can't figure it out yet. His eyes? The first elder gasped. But no matter what, Lin Xian condensed the moon soul in 2 hours, which really shocked them. Not only did he scare them, but he also created another legend. Not to mention him, even the peak leader would be shocked when he knew about it. Inside the moon palace, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and returned to normal. He turned around and walked into the distance. The surrounding prodigies were puzzled. Has this kid condensed the moon soul? I don't know. Has he given up? Or did he succeed? What a joke. He can't possibly succeed in 2 hours. Even a god can't do it. Those people shook their heads. In their opinion, could it be that this guy had suffered some kind of injury before? This kid is so close to the moon palace. He must be injured. That must be it. Lu Yanin was also surprised. Just as she was about to ask what happened to Lin Xian, a figure walked over beside her. As soon as the figure entered, he scanned the surroundings. When he stared at Lin Xian, he was stunned for a moment before a cold smile appeared on his face. "Brett, it's actually you. I didn't expect to meet you here." Hearing this, Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look ahead. He frowned. "Who are you?" The other party was a stranger. He didn't recognize him. Moreover, he had not been at Full Moon Peak for long. Other than Situ, Xiaotian, and Black Devil, he had not offended anyone. Who was this person? Could he be a subordinate of the Black Demon? "I've long heard that you've joined Full Moon Peak, but I've never had the chance to see you. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. What's going on?" Yuan Kuei was actually going to attack. Oh heavens, Yuan Kuei is attacking Lin Xian. The surrounding geniuses crawled up from the ground. Before they could recover from their shock, they were already screaming. "Yuan Kuei, this kid didn't offend you, did he?" Lu Yanin, who was at the side, also frowned. Yuan Kuei coldly snorted. "This kid killed the #1 genius of the battle race, Zhan Wushuang. My celestial race and the battle race have always been on good terms. I naturally have to avenge Zhan Wushuang." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder someone from the celestial race was like this. Yuan Kuei was also a member of the 10,000 ancient races. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the battle race. From the looks of it, he really wanted to stand up for Zhan Wushuang this time. Since you want to stand up for him, then cut the crap and attack. Lin Xian looked at Yuan Kuei, his body emitting a biting, cold killing intent. The surrounding people were stunned. This kid actually dared to attack Yuan Kuei. Lu Yanin was also stunned. She knew that Lin Xian had just arrived and didn't know how powerful Yuan Kuei was. So she explained, "Kid, think carefully. Yuan Kuei is ranked 15th on Full Moon Peak. His strength is above Situ Xiaotian. Situ Xiaotian is ranked 20th. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll help you stop him." Ranked 15th? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I want to see what's so special about someone ranked 15th. To be honest, he really wanted to see. He had seen Situ Xiaotian's strength. He wondered how Yuan Kuei would fare. However, no matter how strong Yuan Kuei was, he wasn't afraid. Previously at Full Moon Lake, his strength had already increased. Now he had just condensed the moon soul. He could use this opportunity to feel what kind of mysterious power the moon soul had. You don't know the difference between life and death. Do you think you can contend against me just by condensing the 9 heavy waves? Kid, talent is talent. Strength is strength. Before you grow, you'd better tuck your tail between your legs. Yuan Kuei shouted coldly. A halberd appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it shattered the void. It seemed like he wanted to directly attack in the Moon Palace. It shouldn't be a problem to attack here, right? Lin Xian looked at Lu Yanin. Lu Yanin said no problem. This Moon Palace is very mysterious. Even a half-step saint can't break it. There shouldn't be any problem if you two fight. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Lin Xian was afraid that the Moon Palace was too weak and he couldn't attack with his full strength. Since it could withstand the attack of a half-step saint, he could attack to his heart's content. You don't know the difference between life and death. Take my attack. Yuan Kuei shouted coldly. He stomped his foot, causing a loud bang. The entire Moon Palace shook. At the same time, a piercing light erupted from his body. The halberd in his hand swung, like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. The entire void was instantly split in half. Clang! Lin Xian waved his golden fist and performed the Nine Suns' divine fist. He turned into a golden light and collided with the halberd. After the attack, Lin Xian withdrew his fist. Yuan Kuei withdrew his halberd. His arm was numb and his face was extremely gloomy. Good kid, you're strong enough. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. However, it's not enough. Yuan Kuei attacked again. Lin Xian contended against him. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. Fortunately, the lunar palace was mysterious enough that it was not broken. Even so, the surrounding sky prides were stunned. He could actually fight against Yuan Kuei. That's impossible, right? Yuan Kuei was a super existence, ranked 15th. This kid is strong, but how can he be so strong? Damn it! Yuan Kuei roared angrily. After fighting for so long, he still couldn't take down his opponent. This made him lose face. Therefore, he was ready to use his trump card. Kid, I'll let you see the power of my moon spirit. A crescent moon appeared on his arm. Buzz! A vast amount of energy burst out from his body. The punch was like a god's fist, destroying everything. At this moment, the power of the moon essence filled the air as if it was going to split the sky and earth. Oh no, it seems that Yuan Kuei is really angry. He even used the power of the moon spirit. This is bullying. Who asked this kid to show off? He had just arrived and hadn't condensed the moon spirit, so he was no match for Yuan Kuei. These people sneered. Chapter 3016. Lu Yanin frowned. She was ready to save Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was a monster. She wanted to befriend him as he would be a powerful friend in the future. Perhaps he would be able to help her in the future. Before Lu Yanin could make a move, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Moon Soul? All right, I want to see it too. As he spoke, the golden runes in his left eye shone and turned into a full moon. Whoosh! A ray of light flew out. It's useless. You can't break the power of my moon soul. Yuan Kuei sneered, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. He even became terrified. That was because he realized that the golden light from Lin Xian's eye also contained the power of the moon essence. Moon soul, how can you have it? That's impossible. He was going crazy. Lin Xian had just arrived. How many days has it been? He has already condensed the moon soul? How is that possible? One had to know that Mo had also condensed the moon soul for a month, so he couldn't figure it out. With a bang, the fist shattered. Not only that, half of his body shattered and turned into a bloody mist. He flew out and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Yuan Kuei's face was full of horror. Lu Yanin was stunned. Initially, he had wanted to make a move to save Lin Xian, but she didn't expect that to be the result. Not only her, but everyone around was stunned. The power of the moon soul. He actually used the power of the moon soul. How is that possible? Could it be that he condensed the moon soul in the 2 hours just now? These people are crazy. Previously, they saw Lin Xian standing in front of the moon soul stone for 2 hours before he left. They didn't think that he could condense the moon soul at all. They thought that he was still injured. But now he used the power of the moon soul, which made them realize that he had condensed the moon soul. He condensed it in 2 hours. Damn, that's simply a myth. Thump! Many people fainted from shock. It was too shocking. Lu Yanin was also stunned and her body began to tremble. 2 hours. Was the other party even human? Monster was no longer enough to describe him. Everyone in the hall was frightened by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect Moon Soul's power to be so strong. It seemed that this was really an unexpected surprise. In the next moment, his eyes returned to normal, and he said indifferently, "What? Do you want to continue?" Yuan Kuei's face was extremely ugly. He had originally wanted to use the power of the moon spirit to suppress the other party. However, he didn't expect that the other party would know how to do it as well. Without saying a word, he hurriedly fled. His speed was so fast that it was unexpected. Lin Xian shook his head and looked at Lu Yanin and the people around her. And he frowned. "Hey, what's with your expressions? Didn't he just defeat Yuan Kuei? Was it really that surprising?" To be honest, he did not think that Yuan Kuei was a match for him. Even if he did not use the power of the moon spirit, he could still defeat Yuan Kuei. But now, these people were looking at him, trembling in fear. What was the meaning of this? Did he look down on him so much? However, he was wrong. Yuan Kuei was not surprised by his strength, but by his moon soul. Lu Yanin swallowed her saliva, then braced herself and said, "Did you really condense the moon soul?" "Huh." Lin Xian nodded. 2 hours. Yes, was it very difficult? Lin Xian was not particularly satisfied. In his opinion, 2 hours was too long. However, after hearing this, the surrounding elites immediately knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. Lu Yanin's mouth twitched. "Brother, don't be so harsh." Lin Xian was even more confused, but he soon understood. Lu Yanin was almost crying as she said, "Did you know that Hei Mo, the second-ranked elite of the Full Moon Peak, took an entire month to condense the moon soul? It took me 3 months to condense it. You condensed it in 2 hours. Are you still human?" Lin Xian was speechless. He was stunned. To be honest, he really did not expect that he would create another legend. In his opinion, it was not very difficult to condense the moon soul. 1 hour was a little long, but others should be able to do it in a few hours. He did not know that Hei Mo took a month. Oh my God, the difference is indeed a little big. Lin Xian smiled embarrassedly. "Did I hurt you?" Lu Yanin was speechless. All the elites were speechless. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned. He heard the Great Elder's voice transmission. He ignored these people and walked out of the Moon Palace. "Great Elder, you're looking for me?" When he came in front of the Great Elder again, he realized that the Taoist priest was still there. However, the Taoist priest's aura seemed to have changed. "Lin Xian, you really surprised me. You only took 2 hours to condense the moon soul." The Great Elder was excited. Even the Taoist priest beside him was excited. Lin Xian also had an innocent look on his face. "I didn't do it on purpose. How could I have thought that 2 hours would cause such a commotion?" The Great Elder's mouth twitched. "Did you know that Yi Guqing took an entire day to condense the moon soul? What kind of commotion was that?" "You actually took 2 hours." Elder Zhang didn't want to say anything. Lin Xian was also surprised. Yi Guqing took an entire day. This time he was really shocked. To be honest, he didn't care about the black demons at all. However, Yi Guqing was different. He didn't expect that the time he took to condense the moon soul was much shorter than Yi Guqing. However, he also knew that it should be because of the heavenly secret divine eyes. "Bring him to that place." The Taoist priest beside him said in a deep voice. The Great Elder was stunned. "Isn't it a little too early?" The Taoist priest shook his head. "A peerless genius can't be judged by common sense. Now he's completely qualified to enter that place." "All right, I understand." Elder Zhang took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian again. "Come with me." As he spoke, the laws on his body enveloped Lin Xian. "Great Elder, where are we going?" Lin Xian was very surprised. The two of them rose into the air and flew towards the clouds. Gradually, they flew higher and higher. Lin Xian could no longer see below. His soul couldn't feel it either. He could only see the scenery below clearly by activating the heavenly secret, divine eyes. In the next moment, his eyes widened. He realized that the moon palace below was gradually becoming smaller. Soon, a shadow appeared. Is this the moon? Lin Xian was stunned. I actually came to the outer realm. That mysterious moon palace is actually built on the moon. That's right, this is indeed the moon. It's just a small moon. In the sky, there are many stars that are similar to the moon. This is one of the smaller ones. It has been transformed by our House of Wonders into a secret realm. The great elder's voice floated over. Lin Xian was excited. It was his first time coming to the outer realm, because if one didn't become a sage, it was impossible to come to the outer realm. The reason why he could come was because he was surrounded by countless law runes. At this moment, he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme and looked around. The universe's starry sky. Chapter 30:17. Except for the huge moon below, the other twinkling stars were very weak. The entire universe was dark. He saw a star in the distance. It was so huge that it was unimaginable. The light and aura emitted from it were too powerful, far surpassing the moon below. That was the true spirit world, which was also the origin star. It was impossible to see its original appearance from the sky. You couldn't see it clearly, not even a sage. The great elder said, "Let's go. I'll take you to another place." Countless Tao runes intertwined under his feet, forming a spirit boat, carrying the two of them and flying into the distance. In the dark universe, a ray of light streaked across. After flying for a long time, the great elder stopped. Lin Xian looked around curiously. This place was very unfamiliar. There were many stars around, and the power they emitted was too terrifying. "Do you see the 4 stars in the distance?" The great elder pointed to the distance and said. Seeing this, Lin Xian nodded his head as golden light circled his eyes. It was called the 4 soul stars. On the 4 stars, there were places for cultivation. A star was equivalent to a world. Using a world as a place for cultivation, this extraordinary scholar manner was really generous. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. Sure enough, the extraordinary scholar manner far surpassed those sacred grounds. The first star was called the red refining star, which was a world of fire. The second blue star was called the ice refining star, which was a world of ice. The third was the gold refining star. The fourth was the earth refining star. These 4 worlds represented different directions of cultivation. Which one would you like to enter? The great elder continued. Yi Fei, Xueling, Heimo, you've already met them. Among them, Xueling went to the ice refining star, Yi Fei went to the gold refining star, and Heimo went to the fire refining star. There was no difference between these 4 stars. It just depended on which one was suitable for you. Lin Xian thought for a while and didn't choose immediately. Instead, he asked, I want to know which star did Senior Yi Guqing choose? The great elder took a deep look at Lin Xian, then shook his head. He didn't choose any of these 4 stars. He didn't choose any of them. Lin Xian was stunned. The great elder pointed at the void in the middle of the 4 stars. He chose that one. Lin Xian was taken aback at first. Then he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked into the void. The next moment he was extremely shocked. There he discovered another star. However, it was very dim. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Lin Xian even suspected that if he hadn't used his heavenly fate god eye, he wouldn't have noticed that there was a star there. Not only was this star well hidden, but more importantly, Lin Xian discovered that it was actually cracked. More than half of the entire planet had been split open. Only 1/3 of it was still intact. In that world, there should be an incomparably terrifying canyon. As if seeing the confusion in Lin Xian's eyes, the first elder explained that the canyon had been split open by someone's sword. What? It was split open by someone. Was there someone who could split open a world of stars with a single sword strike? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He was also a swordsman, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to do that. An image appeared in his mind. A peerless figure, like a sword god, waved his hand and opened up a world of stars with a single sword strike. How spectacular was that? He clenched his fists and even trembled with excitement. He really hoped that one day he would also be able to reach such strength. In the blink of an eye, the world had been reduced to ashes. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian took a deep breath. All right, then I'll go to the star that was split open. That star was called the Dark Star. It was a wasted star and could basically be considered abandoned. The dangers in that place were much more dangerous than the other 4 realms. Therefore, he had to be careful. The great elder waved his hand and threw a token to Lin Xian. Take it. When you return, you can activate the array formation above the ruins and directly teleport back to the full moon peak. Don't work too hard. As for the rest, you can explore it yourself. After the great elder finished speaking, he waved his embroidered robe. Lin Xian was wrapped in countless runes and laws as he rushed forward. He turned into a torrent and landed below the ruins with a bang. When he entered the world of ruins, the law of runes on his body disappeared. Around him, endless astral winds blew. It was extremely terrifying. These astral winds could easily tear through the void. When they hit Lin Xian's body, they emitted an earth-shaking sound. Lin Xian immediately activated the 9-yang divine body to resist the terrifying astral winds. At the same time, he adjusted his body and flew in the air. He probed with his soul and sensed his surroundings. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. The spiritual energy here was very chaotic. Indeed, although he had not comprehended the laws, he could still sense the power of various attributes. It was too chaotic. It was not a suitable place for cultivation. However, since Yi Gucheng had come, it meant that there was value in this place. Lin Xian decided to investigate. His figure flashed, and countless sword lights surged out from his body, destroying the surrounding astral winds. His entire body turned into a meteor and rushed down. Whoosh! After landing, he looked around. The ground beneath his feet was grayish-brown. The surroundings were also gray. The mountains were gray, and the leaves were gray. The plants were also gray. It was as if the entire world had lost its vitality and luster. The surrounding space was filled with an oppressive and indescribable power. He did not doubt that if a weak person stayed here for a period of time, they would probably go crazy and collapse. Fortunately, his soul was strong and his willpower was firm, so the oppressive force around him did not affect him. Lin Xian's gaze turned, but he did not find the great crack. It seemed that he was not at the place where the great canyon bone crack was. However, he really wanted to see what the sword looked like. After flying for about 7 or 8 days, Lin Xian stopped. He saw a huge crack in front of him. He could not see the end of it. Moreover, it was bottomless. This should be the crack that was split open. Lin Xian walked forward and came to the cliff of the canyon. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. The energy around the canyon was even more chaotic. Moreover, as a swordsman, Lin Xian could acutely sense that there was still a trace of sword intent left in the canyon. Carefully sensing it, he could feel his heart palpitating. How frightening! Just what kind of person was able to do this? One sword split the stars. In the following days, Lin Xian did not leave the canyon. He stayed in the canyon to comprehend the sword intent. Although the remnant sword intent was already very weak. However, Lin Xian still carefully sensed it. Moreover, he found that the deeper he went into the canyon, the more terrifying the sword intent was. There were even some places that Lin Xian did not dare to casually step into. Buzz! Suddenly, an unusually fierce energy wave came from under Lin Xian's feet, piercing the ground. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he instantly dodged. Puff! The void where he was standing was split in half. A crack slowly disappeared. Chapter 3018. Someone? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect someone to be hiding under his feet. In the next moment, he was stunned when he looked over, because the person in front of him was different from what he had imagined. It couldn't even be called a human. The other party was translucent, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Although it had 4 limbs, its head was too ferocious. On its back, there were even a few sword chi that pierced the clouds as if it was going to tear the sky apart. What the hell was this? Lin Xian was stunned. He Tu's voice sounded in his ears. This was a sword spirit beast. He Tu was usually painted as an earring and hung in Lin Xian's ear. Usually it could be used as a spirit boat, and when there was nothing to do, it could be used as a storage space. Hearing He Tu's words, Lin Xian was stunned. Sword spirit beast? It was formed from powerful sword chi, combined with sword intent after various mutations. It was a mutated existence, similar to a life form. Was it similar to the Moon Shadow Man in the Moon Palace? Lin Xian asked. Well, it could be understood that way. However, the Moon Shadow Man should be created, and these sword spirit beasts should be naturally grown. This canyon had been cleaved open by a peerless expert and contained an extremely powerful sword intent. After countless years of changes, coupled with the energy of this waste planet, the sword spirit beast was born. Kid, be careful. This sword spirit beast was not weak. Moreover, it contained a kind of self-strengthening sword chi that could not be underestimated. So that's how it was. Lin Xian understood. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the translucent monster in front of him. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Very good, sword spirit beast. Let me feel just how strong your sword soul is. Roar. In front of him, the sword spirit beast let out a roar, shattering the void. It rushed over like a sword towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He stood there quietly. When the sword spirit beast approached, he clenched his fist and punched out. Buzz! The sword spirit beast emitted a biting cold sword light, forming a sword curtain that enveloped Lin Xian. This power was indeed shocking. Even the invincible kings would feel their scalps go numb. Soon, Lin Xian was engulfed by the endless sword light, but in the next moment, the sword light was torn apart. A golden light shot up into the sky. Lin Xian swung his fist, shattering the sword screen and rushing out. Not only that, but the punch also landed on the sword soul beast, producing a loud clang. Whoa! The sword spirit beast was sent flying and let out a miserable roar. Half of its body had been smashed into nothingness. There was no blood, but the sword spirit beast was injured. His shattered sword energy slowly healed and reformed. It was obvious that he was furious. With a roar, he soared into the sky. His body emitted a biting cold sword chi as he quickly charged over. It was unbearable for the sword soul beast to be injured. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stepped forward. As the 9 suns' divine fist moved, the void cracked open. The sword spirit beast was shrouded in endless golden light. Its miserable cries resounded through the 9 heavens. The sword spirit beast was strong, but unfortunately Lin Xian was stronger. The 9 suns' divine fist directly blew up the sword spirit beast with 3 punches. After being blown up, the sword spirit beast turned into a wisp of sword chi that drifted between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. He waved his hand and caught the sword chi in his hand. What a biting cold sword chi. He wondered what would happen if the dragon's sword spirit swallowed it. He summoned the dragon's sword spirit and swallowed the wisp of sword chi. In the next moment, the dragon's sword spirit let out a loud dragon roar as if it was very excited. This scene made Lin Xian's eyes light up. It seemed that the sword chi could provide the dragon sword spirit with power. That couldn't be better. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to hunt the sword spirit beasts. In the next few days, Lin Xian wandered around the canyon. As long as he found a sword spirit beast, he would not let it go. Gradually, he went deeper and deeper. And this time, 10 sword spirit beasts appeared at the same time. The 10 sword spirit beasts were of different sizes, but each of them exuded a biting, cold sword intent. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded Lin Xian tightly and let out an uneasy roar. In an instant, the 10 sword spirit beasts attacked. They instantly appeared in all directions around Lin Xian. The sword qi on their bodies turned into a peerless sword light and rushed over. Clang! The fire Qilin's sword was unsheathed, and Lin Xian held it in his hand. The long sword swept across all directions. 9 suns opened the sky. Under the sword, all the sword spirit beasts were cut in half. At the same time, a dragon head appeared on Lin Xian's body and swallowed all the sword qi formed by the sword spirit beasts. 99 sword qi. Lin Xian exhaled. He could sense that the dragon sword spirit had recovered a little. This made him very happy. Not only that, in the process of killing these sword spirit beasts, Lin Xian began to gradually comprehend and create some sword moves. Although these sword moves were not as earth-shattering as the 9-yang swordplay, they were the most suitable for him. Although they were just embryonic forms of sword moves, if others were here and heard it, they would be scared silly. How old was Lin Xian, and he had already started to create his own martial arts. This was absolutely amazing. Lin Xian's sword was getting sharper and more straightforward. Simple and direct. This move was called one red dot by him. With a stab of the sword, the 7 sword spirit beasts in front of him split open between their eyebrows, and their bodies turned into nothingness. If it was a human martial artist, a red that would appear between their eyebrows and the person and soul would be instantly destroyed. This was a fatal blow, not giving the opponent's soul a chance to escape. After killing dozens of sword spirit beasts and swallowing their sword qi, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed a powerful aura in front of him. This aura was too strong, surpassing all the previous sword spirit beasts combined. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying sword spirit beast? He did not know. He decided to go down and investigate. After walking for an incense's time, Lin Xian finally came to a halt. In the next moment, a golden light burst out from his eyes as he stared at something not far away. It was a stalk of grass 1/2 meter tall. It was gray in color and was very similar to the surrounding scenery. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that this stalk of grass was too sharp, like a divine sword that was inserted into the ground. The aura it emitted made even Lin Xian's body tremble slightly. What kind of grass is this? It's too terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. He felt a sharp, unyielding, and indestructible will from it. An ordinary stalk of grass grew on top of the sword qi, and together with the indestructible sword intent, it finally formed such a state. This was an incredible thing for a swordsman. Hate Tu said. After Lin Xian heard this, he swallowed his saliva and a fiery light burst out from his eyes. Indeed, it was an incredible thing. This thing would be of great help to the improvement of his sword Dao. Therefore, he had to get this thing. Buzz! Lin Xian just stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. However, a biting cold sword qi in the sky slashed on the golden hand and shook his palm back. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him. Chapter 3019. Buzz! He turned into nothingness, and the place where he was originally standing was mercilessly torn apart. A translucent claw slowly disappeared. Lin Xian appeared in the air far off in the distance, frowning as he looked ahead. How terrifying! A sword soul beast appeared in front of him, but this sword soul beast was too terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger than the sword soul beasts from before. Not only that, the aura on its body was too terrifying, and it looked like a dragon, a sword dragon with 18 sword qi on its back, flickering with a cold light like scales. The Sword Soul Beast was simply too powerful. It had already surpassed a genius like the Fire Dragon King, Situ Shaotian and Yuan Kuei. This fellow already had 60,000 units of Archean power, right? Lin Xian sighed. He didn't expect that there would be such an existence in the canyon. If this Sword Soul Beast was placed in the true spirit world, it could definitely sweep through the human race and Archean geniuses. Even if it was placed in the extraordinary warrior manner, ordinary monsters wouldn't be its opponent. It could be said that this was definitely a peerless beast. Below, the Sword Soul Beast stared at Lin Xian, and a fiery red light appeared in its eyes. Had he developed emotions already? Kid, you have to be careful. He, too, reminded. Lin Xian nodded. Just nice. Those Sword Soul Beasts from before didn't interest me. This one shouldn't disappoint me. The fire Qilin sword in his hand bloomed. Roar! Roar! The Sword Soul Beast stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. However, it didn't act rashly. Obviously, it should have sensed that the youth in front of it was very dangerous. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He also saw the other party's intention. This Sword Soul Beast seemed to have its eyes on the grass. However, how could he give up? In the next moment, he looked at the huge monster in front of him and sneered. Use whatever means you have. If you don't, then obediently become my sword chi and provide energy for me. Lin Xian looked at him with a fiery gaze. If the great dragon Sword Soul were to devour this Sword Soul Beast, it would probably be as powerful as all the other Sword Soul Beasts combined. How could Lin Xian not be tempted? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Sword Spirit Beast roared angrily. It opened its mouth and spat out a sword wave. The sword waves were so dense that they completely enveloped the space where Lin Xian was. Boom! The space shattered as a destructive force tried to tear apart Lin Xian's body. He was indeed very strong. Lin Xian's Fire Qilin sword was far more powerful than the previous sword spirit beasts. Lin Xian's Fire Qilin sword turned into an arc in the air. Like a fire Qilin, it rushed out. It shattered the surrounding destructive energy. At the same time, he struck out with his sword. The sword light shone as if it was splitting the world apart. He charged toward the Sword Soul Beast. Ding ding dang dang. The two began to fight. Lin Xian was an expert in sword Dao, and the sword spirit beast sword Qi was even sharper. He came from the sword intent that split the stars. Although it had been many years, it was still extremely terrifying. So when they fought, it was equivalent to two peerless swordsmen fighting. Sword Qi versus Sword Qi. Each of them was like a real dragon, splitting the world apart and breaking everything. The two fought in the sky, and the battle was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian did not use anything else. He only used his sword Qi to fight against the Sword Soul Beast because he wanted to hone his sword Dao. Red dot. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. This was a sword light that he had figured out himself. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sword Qi stabbed toward the Sword Soul Beast's glabella. Clang! The glabella of the Sword Soul Beast cracked, and its body was almost split in half. However, its strength was incomparably strong, and in the end it survived. With a roar, it turned into a demonic beast and roared to the 9 heavens. Its body was shrouded in sword Qi, and the cracked glabella was restored again. Almost. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. It was a pity that he was still figuring out the red dot, and it was not perfect. Otherwise, this sword would have been able to kill the Sword Soul Beast. Buzz! The Sword Soul Beast roared, and the 18 sword spirits behind it flew out and turned into a divine sword that fell from the sky. With a boom, it collided with the blazing Qilin sword, causing it to tremble. The second and third sword spirits came. Lin Xian kept dodging, and at the same time, countless sword Qi rushed out from his body to fight against the sword spirits. However, these 18 sword spirits were very terrifying. One of them hit Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was sent flying. That was interesting. Lin Xian laughed. This sword had slightly injured him, but he did not care at all. Instead, he quickly attacked again. One sword, another sword. Lin Xian's sword technique was getting fiercer and fiercer, and there were mysterious runes when he attacked. Puff! Finally, this sword pierced the Sword Soul Beast's body, creating a hole. The Sword Soul Beast cried out in pain and wanted to recover. However, Lin Xian would not let go of such a good opportunity. He used the 9 Suns sword technique, and all kinds of mystic skills were used. Finally, the Sword Soul Beast was shattered into pieces. Roar! The great dragon, Sword Soul, rushed out and absorbed the scattered sword chi. Lin Xian did not immediately take the sword-shaped grass. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed and let the dragon's sword spirit refine the sword chi. After about an hour, Lin Xian opened his eyes and stood up again. He looked at the sword-shaped grass. Next, it was time to collect the sword star grass. The sword chi on the sword-shaped grass was very powerful, and it was even more terrifying than the Sword Soul Beast. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be more careful. He opened his palms and formed one ancient seal after another, forming a cage and covering the area in front of him. However, when he was 10 meters away from the sword-shaped grass, the grass reacted, and its soft leaves fluttered in the wind. Tens of thousands of sword chi surged out in all directions, directly piercing through the few talismans that Lin Xian had sent out. So powerful! Lin Xian was surprised. He used the Azure Dragon Hand, and countless sword chi intertwined, forming a dragon head and grabbing forward. In an instant, the sword-shaped grass was covered. He used his strength and pulled out the sword-shaped grass. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Not good. A powerful sword chi exploded from the sword-shaped grass. A gray sword chi pierced through the air and pushed back the Azure Dragon Hand and rushed into the clouds. Lin Xian's palm was bleeding. He was shocked. What a terrifying sword intent! Lin Xian was shocked. This gray sword chi was like a godly red color, piercing through the air. It went straight into the clouds. Lin Xian's expression looked terrible. It seemed that he would need to do something to suppress the sword-shaped grass. Just as Lin Xian was about to attack again, the clouds in the sky started to roll, and the sound of air being pierced was heard. Streams of powerful auras gushed downwards. Someone was coming. Lin Xian frowned. He wanted to speed up, but the people above seemed to have sensed it. They roared, "How dare you!" Chapter 30:20. A piercingly cold ray of light descended from the sky, shattering the void as it slashed downwards. 3 terrifying green silhouettes shot towards Lin Xian, entangling him. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he moved his body to the side and dodged the 2 cold attacks. He raised his head and looked up. Above him, the void shattered, and a group of powerful people descended. They stood in the void, looking down at the ground. The sword intent of a blade of grass. What a horrifying sword chi! To have such a sword intent, this was definitely something good. The people who appeared all stared at the sword-shaped grass. "Congratulations, young Master Yin. Congratulations." Many people shouted excitedly at the white-clothed youth at the front. The young man in white smiled and nodded. I'm so lucky. Looks like I can improve my sword Dao again. Hoodlum, go and bring me the sword-shaped grass. The young man in white said proudly. Beside him, there was a young man in a beast robe. After hearing the order, he flew downwards. When he was halfway, he was struck back by a sword. He screamed in pain, and blood dyed the sky red. Ah! Hoodlum's frantic screams rang out. The people above were stunned as well. The young man in white, young Master Yun's, face darkened. The others roared. Damn it, who was it? Could it be that the power of the sword-shaped grass was so horrifying? No, someone did it. It was that guy. They stared at a young man in red on the side. Kid, was it you who did it? Their voices were cold. Many of them emitted a powerful aura. So unfamiliar. Who is he? I don't know. I'll just cripple him. Since he dared to attack us, we'll make him wish he was dead. These people's voices were cold and murderous. The young man in red on the ground was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He looked at the people in front of him. He didn't know these people. From the pictures on their clothes, he couldn't tell which sect they were from. Were they from another mountain in the House of Prodigy? He didn't know either. However, the other party actually dared to snatch his things. This was something he could not tolerate. Therefore, in the next moment, he said, coldly, "That sword strike just now was a warning to you. This thing is mine. Hurry up and leave. Don't force me to make a move." Hearing those words, the people above were stunned. "What? Is it yours?" These people looked up to the sky and laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Whatever we want, it's ours. How dare you compete with us? Obediently cripple your own hands, kneel on the ground, and await death. Little doll, it seems like you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Which sect are you from? What an arrogant tone. Where are you guys from?" Lin Xian countered. These people were very arrogant. This was already a blatant robbery. "Listen carefully. We are from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. This is our young Master Yin. If you know what's good for you, kneel here obediently. Otherwise, you're dead meat." Heavenly Clouds Mansion? Never heard of it. Lin Xian coldly shook his head. "As I said, I found this thing first. Moreover, his guardian beast was also killed by me. This is my spoil of war, and no one is allowed to touch it. I'll give you one last chance, scram or die." Lin Xian's body emitted a biting, cold-killing intent. This answer stunned those people in the sky. Don't know them? Don't know the Heavenly Clouds Mansion? How is that possible? Since the other party could come here, it meant that they weren't trash. They must have some talent and strength. Then why haven't they heard of them? The next moment, the eyes of the white-clothed youth in the center burst out with a biting, cold light. "You're not from the Hero Star." "What Hero Star?" Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be that these people were from other star worlds? If he didn't know before, then now, after entering the extraordinary warrior mansion, he knew that there were thousands of worlds in the universe. Their true spirit world was just one of them. In addition, there were many star worlds. It seemed that these people in front of him weren't from their true spirit world. Lin Xian's answer once again stunned those people above. The white-clothed youth's face sank. "He's not from our hero star. He should be from other star worlds. Kill him." As his voice fell in the sky, two figures cut through the void and rushed over. These two people were wearing battle armor that flickered with a metallic luster, blooming with mysterious runes. Two battle swords appeared in their hands, emitting a sonorous sound. The battle sword waved, and a terrifying sword chi enveloped Lin Xian. The other person's sword chi cut off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. Obviously, these two were Heaven's Pride experts. Their first move was a fatal blow. Moreover, they were very experienced and didn't give Lin Xian any chance to escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved the fire scale sword, turned into a fire qilin, and flew into the void. On the other side, he formed a seal with his palm, turning it into a golden pagoda that suppressed the surroundings. With a boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The two people were sent flying, vomiting blood. Their faces were full of shock. Those in the sky were also stunned. "What? This kid is so strong. Oh, it's quite lively." At this moment, another mocking voice sounded. Then, on the other side of the sky, there was a fluctuation of energy, and a huge battleship flew over. On the battleship, there were a few figures with equally terrifying auras. "Silver Fox, why are you here?" Seeing the battleship and the people on it, young Master Yin also frowned. On the battleship stood a woman in a silver robe. Her hair was silver, and even her eyes were silver. Silver Fox heard this and chuckled. "What a joke. These ruins don't belong to you. Why can't I come?" There's a single sword star grass below. What a powerful sword intent. Silver Fox's eyes flickered as he stared below. Damn it, I found it. Young Master Yin shouted coldly. If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave quickly. Let me tell you, I've brought a lot of people this time. I'm not afraid of you. Is that so? Silver Fox narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Humph. Below, Lin Xian snorted. Another one? Very well, I'll tell you the same thing. This sword is mine. Both of you get out of here. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his body emitted a biting cold aura. A terrifying and monstrous force was about to erupt. In the sky, the people on the battleship were all so stunned when they heard this. There's someone else? Who is this? Seeing that there's only one person, he must be from his previous life. This scene left them stunned. The people on the battleship looked at young Master Yin and the others. Young Master Yin snorted coldly. He's not from the hero planet. I wonder which planet he's from. Just kill him. Don't worry. Not from the hero planet? No wonder. Silver Fox nodded. A man behind her snorted. No wonder. How dare he talk to Master Silver Fox like this? Chapter 30:21. In their world, no one dared to speak to them like this. However, even if you're not from the Heavenly Star, you'll still die if you go against Lord Silver Fox. Now go to hell. The youth shouted coldly and waved his hand. A large silver palm descended from the sky like a giant mountain. On his palm there were many mysterious runes. When Lin Xian saw this, he exclaimed in surprise. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. His figure swayed and dodged the attack. At the same time he asked Silver Clan, "You actually know our identity?" On the warship, Silver Fox was shocked. The youth who attacked was also surprised. The other party actually dodged his attack and recognized their identity. Who was this person? Lin Xian was even more shocked. The other party should be from the hero planet. But why would the hero planet have people from the Silver Clan? Could it be that the Silver Clan didn't only exist in the true spirit world? They existed in the myriad worlds? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly remembered that Xiajiao seemed to have said that some of the 10,000 ancient races were natives of the true spirit world. Another group came from the outer realms. It was just that it was so long ago that not many people knew about it. Now that Lin Xian came to the outer realms and saw the Silver Clan of other planets, he finally knew. It turned out that this saying was true. The myriad worlds in the outer realms also had the 10,000 ancient races. How strong were they? Have you ever been in a deep sleep? The Silver Clan, huh? How nostalgic. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It's been a long time since I killed someone from the Silver Clan. Why? Are you sure you want to do it today? Hearing this, the faces of the Silver Clan on the warship sank. The other party dared to kill them? And from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have killed someone from the Silver Clan before. Kid, no matter which planet you're from, you dared to kill someone from the Silver Clan. You've committed a heinous crime. Now, no one in the world can save you. The youth who attacked before walked out. His name was Silver Gray. At this moment, a silver spear appeared in his hand. He charged over like lightning. He brandished his silver spear, thrusting it towards Lin Xian's head. The first thing he did was to kill, and he showed no mercy. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he brandished his blazing Qilin sword and slashed at the silver spear, producing a thunderous sound. A huge crack appeared in space. This sword strike sent his opponent flying. "You are no match for me," Lin Xian said indifferently, not taking the other party seriously at all. Damn it! Yin Hui was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. A single strike was enough to force him back. Again, I didn't use my full strength just now. No need. Lin Xian shook his head. You can't do it. Don't let your master do it. He had his eyes on the woman called Silver Fox. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from Silver Fox. This kid was interesting. Although I don't know which star world you are from, you have piqued my interest. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I'll send out 3 palm strikes. If you can take 3 of my palms, I will turn around and leave. I don't want that stalk of grass anymore. If you can't, don't blame me for killing you. Speaking of this, Silver Fox's body exploded with a murderous aura that shot up into the sky. Silver runes appeared on her body one after another, spinning rapidly, making her look like an immortal. You think too highly of yourself. 3 palm strikes it is. Come on. Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. Young Master Yin, are we going to make a move? On the other side, those people asked in a low voice. Young Master Yin shook his head slightly. There was no hurry. Let's take a look at Silver Fox first. Even though it was 3 palms, this kid might not even be able to block a single one of them. He might even be killed instantly. Don't forget that Silver Fox was the pride of the Silver Tribe. You should know how terrifying the Silver Tribe is. Hearing this, the Sky Prides behind him shuddered, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Kid, you are very arrogant. Many people have been arrogant in front of me, but they have all gone to hell. You are no exception. Silver Fox looked at the figure below and slowly raised her hand. Take the first palm strike. As she spoke, she pressed her hand downward. Countless silver runes jumped on her palm. It was as if the sky was pressing down. This palm strike was much more powerful than the one silver ash had used before. Boom! In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. With a loud boom, the place where he was completely destroyed. The void shattered, the earth sank, and countless black holes appeared. Seeing this scene, the people of the Silver Tribe on the battleship looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, I thought it was a powerful kid. I didn't expect that he couldn't even take 1 palm strike. Of course. How dare he attack our master Silver Fox? He must be tired of living. On the other side, the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were also discussing. Young Master Yin snorted coldly. I knew that kid was trash. Our real opponent is Silver Fox. Is he that weak? Silver Fox shook his head as well. He lifted his gaze and no longer paid attention to it. She looked at young Master Yin in the distance. Those people were her real opponents. However, in the next moment, her beautiful face froze and her expression became stunned. A voice came from the void of the black hole below. Is this the power of the Silver Tribe's prodigy? That's all there is to it. What? Hearing this, Silver Fox's eyelids twitched wildly. The people of the Silver Tribe felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, the prodigies of the Silver Tribe were also stunned. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and looked down. From the black hole below, a figure walked out. He was as golden as a god, and his body emitted thousands of rays of light. He's not dead. These people looked at the other party with a stunned expression. Many people's pupils shrank and they screamed. He's not injured. How is that possible? If he's not dead, they can still take it, but he's not injured. What the hell? How can he not be injured? That was Silver Fox's attack. These prodigies knew how terrifying Silver Fox was. She could easily kill an invincible king with a single attack. However, the kid in front of them was not injured at all. What's going on? Damn it, his golden physique. What is this? Which world is he from? Silver Fox was also stunned. Soon she sneered. It seems that I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be a body tempering expert. No wonder you dared to make this bet with me. I was careless for the first attack, but what about the next 2? You still can't take them. Silver Fox regained her confidence again. She was the prodigy of the Silver Tribe. What could be out of her control? Although there was a small accident earlier, she still had 2 more attacks left. Buzz! She raised her palm again. This time, countless runes intertwined and turned into a huge fox. It accompanied the palm and attacked. Her strength became terrifying again. Obviously, Silver Fox did not use her full strength last time.